Chapter 732, Unstoppable Sword. Black Flame? The dozen or so experts turned to look at Shifeng, who had suddenly appeared, their eyes widening in shock. The various guilds' upper echelons had long since engraved Black Flame's name in their minds. Hence, they were extremely familiar with his appearance. He wore entirely black armor, including the cloak draped over his shoulders. Even his eyes resembled the night sky. Two exquisite swords, one made of emerald and the other shining black, hung from his waist. Black Flame just stood there, but it felt as if he had become the focus of this battlefield. Their instincts screamed a warning. Everyone be careful. Do not engage him in close combat. Endless Plains, a level 33 ranger who led this elite legion, hurriedly warned his comrades. Use ranged attacks. In response, the surviving experts nodded, serious expressions appearing on their faces. Black Flame's reputation was simply too monstrous. He even had the one-hit Azura title. Even God's domain's top-tier experts could only last a few moves against him. A few of Black Flame's battle videos had even been regarded as a teaching scripture for swordsmen. Black Flame's grasp of timing and skill usage completely surpassed other expert swordsmen by several levels. Although none of them had ever believed they could win against Black Flame in a one-on-one fight, they had never imagined that, after meeting Black Flame in person, the man would be this frightening. Despite being a swordsman, Black Flame had approached them undetected by relying on an isolation scroll and an invisibility potion. His sneak attack was so fast that they had not had time to react. Moreover, not only did Black Flame's attack catch them, but that single attack had devoured close to half their numbers. Even the high defense and HP Guardian Knights and Shield Warriors had lost close to 4,000 HP. To make matters worse, that was only a control-type skill. Logically, such skills usually dealt low damage. Yet, the skill had stolen 1/3 of the Guardian Knights and Shield Warriors' HPs. If Black Flame had used a high-damage skill, the consequences would have been unimaginable. 1,000 hunts and I will hold him back. Look for chances to attack him. Don't worry about hitting us, a level 34 Shield Warrior named World Defender said as he lifted his barbed, diamond-shaped shield and dashed forward. Sternly, he said, 1,000, if Black Flame moves, activate all defensive skills immediately. Don't hold anything back. I understand. The Guardian Knight named 1,000 Hunts nodded as he stepped to the forefront of his team. They absolutely could not afford to be careless against Black Flame. He understood that, if they did not start the fight with everything they had, it was likely that this swordsman would claim their lives instantly. Good luck. The other team members dashed towards the sword domain's edge. To them, World Defender's and 1,000 Hunts' strength felt reassuring. These two were well-known experts in the virtual gaming world. Although they could not compare to hidden experts like War Wolf, they could still rank near the top among MTs in Starmoon Kingdom. Previously, they had only received so much damage because Black Flame had caught them by surprise with his ambush. Now that these two were going all out, even Starmoon Kingdom's top experts would not find it easy to break through their defense. It seems like you guys have done your homework, Shifeng stated as he glanced at the 12 remaining experts. Among these people, he was familiar with quite a few of these experts. Endless Plains from the second-rate guild, Wildfire. World Defender from the second-rate guild, Arrogance. 1,000 Hunts from the second-rate guild, Secluded Fantasy. In the past, he had looked up to these experts. He had never dreamed that he would face off against them. He had not expected the shift in their positions, either. In the past, even if he had gone all out and pushed his senses to their limits, he would barely be able to contend with any of these experts. Yet now, these experts had to work together and fight with everything they had just to have any chance of survival against him. Although these people worked together for the first time, they fell into a defensive formation seamlessly despite the previous sneak attack. They calmly considered and executed the best strategy to deal with him. The extent of their combat experience was obvious. This was precisely what Fire Dance and the others lacked the most. Although Shifeng had charged at his enemy after using Skywheel Sword, Endless Plains had fired a storm of arrows the moment he set foot into the sword domain. Not only were the ranger's attacks extremely fast, but they limited Shifeng's range of movement, forcing him to confront the two oncoming MTs. Black Flame, show me just how good you are. The tall and robust World Defender stood proudly before Shifeng as he activated a series of life-saving skills in quick succession. Bloodthirsty Rage, Tier 1 skill. Recovers 3% HP every second for 10 seconds. Shield Wall, Tier 1 skill. Decreases all damage by 60% for 18 seconds. Last Stand, Tier 1 skill. Increases maximum HP by 30% for 30 seconds. Suddenly, World Defender's HP rose from close to 12,000 to nearly 15,600. He also recovered to more than 10,000 HP. Standing a short distance away, Thousand Hunts similarly activated his life-saving skills. He also used a Tier 1 Holy Shield protection, which could absorb over 2,000 points of damage on himself. When the shield broke, it would heal the player for over 1,000 HP. Following which, Thousand Hunts activated Justice Roar. Enemies, players, or monsters affected by the skill would have to attack him. If they didn't, he would receive a boost to his speed and damage. Feeling the effects of Thousand Hunts' Justice Roar, Shurfong could not ignore the Guardian Knight. Dashing up to Thousand Hunts, the Abyssal Blade transformed into numerous black streaks of light that descended on the Guardian Knight's body. So fast! Thousand Hunts was shocked. He had never imagined that Shurfeng's attack speed would be so fast. He could not even see the afterimages of Shurfeng's attacks. Fortunately, he wielded a shield. Compared to players without shields, he had an easier time defending against attacks. As long as he moved the shield slightly, he could block close to half of his body, making it very difficult to strike him. Thousand Hunts moved his shield quickly, blocking the Abyssal Blade. However, Shurfong did not bother changing the Abyssal Blade's trajectory. Instead, he continued swinging the magic weapon at Thousand Hunts. Illusory Shadow. The Abyssal Blade passed through the Guardian Knight's shield, the 6 black streaks of light penetrating the Holy Shield protection before biting into Thousand Hunts. Minus 1,274. Minus 2,604. Minus 1,295. Minus 2,582. Minus 3,829. Minus 1,285. 6 consecutive damages appeared above Thousand Hunts' head. His HP, which had been over 9,000, plummeted to 0. How could this be possible? Thousand Hunts could not believe what he was seeing. Despite Protection Blessing, reducing the damage he received by 60%, Black Flame had killed him without breaking a sweat. The other experts were similarly dumbfounded. A Guardian Knight with more than 9,000 HP remaining and Protection Blessing had died instantly. Just how high is his attack power? World Defender no longer dared to waste time with attacks. Instead, he used Charge at the swordsman. Turning, Shurfong used Silent Steps, appearing behind World Defender and brandishing Killing Ray. His witnesses only saw a flash of emerald. Thundering Flash. Like a roaring dragon, 3 blue streaks of lightning instantly devoured World Defender. Minus 2,746. Minus 7,087. Minus 4,424. World Defender's HP, which had been over 10,000, vanished instantly, his body falling slowly to the ground. Chapter 733, Unstoppable. How could this be? Shock shook Endless Plains' heart when he saw World Defender and Thousand Hunts' lifeless bodies on the ground. He could no longer maintain his previous calm. Both of these MTs had activated all of their life-saving skills, yet each of them had only lasted one move against Black Flame. They lost their lives before they could work with anyone else on the team to deal with Black Flame. Is he really a player? They could not help but remember Black Flame's title of One-Hit Azura. However, everyone finally understood something. Against Black Flame's attacks, the only thing they could do was dodge. That's 2. World Defender's quick death had not particularly surprised Shurfong. After all, not only had his one-handed sword mastery reached the basic Sword King standard, but the Aura of Fire also increased his damage by another 50%. Even an MT with all of their life-saving skills active would be paper in front of his swords. Shurfong then shifted his gaze towards the nearest assassin. Wind Blade. Suddenly, Shurfong left behind an afterimage as he appeared before the level 33 assassin, his killing ray slicing through the air. Don't think that I'm that easy to kill. The assassin abruptly retreated as Shurfong appeared before him and tried to activate Vanish. When activate, Vanish would provide him with nearly of invulnerability. Within this second, all attacks against him would be useless. However, Killing Ray's lightning effect triggered. The instant Shurfong swung Killing Ray, he gained a 50% boost to his attack speed. Like a flash of light, killing ray danced across the assassin's body. Minus 13,548. It was another instant kill. As if that had been a cue, the rest of the team bombarded Sherfong with attacks. Numerous arrows and spells flew at Sherfong. Sidestepping, Sherfong jumped into the air, avoiding the oncoming attacks. Following which, he turned and retrieved the blazing meteor. With a flick of his wrist, a meteor suddenly flew from Sherfeng's hand. Flame God's Fury. Flame God's Fury deals physical and flame damage to enemies within a 40 by 3 yard area. Deals 900% damage to the initial target, and damage reduces by 10% with each consecutive enemy hit to a minimum of 500% damage. Show! An elementalist, a cursemancer, and a summoner, who were in the midst of spellcasting, could not avoid the attack in time. The crimson flames devoured them in an instant. The remaining experts were shocked. They had never imagined that Black Flame would also possess such powerful long-range attack capabilities. As soon as Sherfong landed, over a dozen frost arrows descended on him. Endless Plains had grasped the timing of his attack. Not only had he predicted Sherfeng's landing position, but his arrows also blocked off Sherfeng's path of retreat. He had aimed several other arrows at Sherfeng's vital points. Dang! 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 Before 5 frost arrows could strike Sherfong, they pinged against the swordsman's emerald blade. The remaining frost arrows simply brushed past Sherfeng's body, dealing no damage whatsoever. F***ck my life. Endless Plains stared, stunned. Despite his perfect angle of attack and timing, it seemed as if his arrows had actually tried to avoid Black Flame. After dealing with the attacks, Sherfong released a low shout. Dragon Breath. He fired a white beam from his mouth. Endless Plains threw his body to the side, hoping to avoid the incoming beam. However, as if this white beam had predicted the ranger's actions, the beam plowed into the ranger. Sherfong achieved another instant kill. Even after death, Endless Plains was confused. No matter how he thought about it, why would he have jumped into the Dragon Breath's path? However, Violet Cloud, who happily massacred the Elite Legion, was not the slightest bit surprised when she saw this scene. Sherfong had already reached the flowing water realm of the realms of refinement. He could easily predict a player's movements by observing their body. Hence, after seeing Endless Plains' intention, he had adjusted Dragon Breath's trajectory before firing the skill. Although nearly 20 yards stood between them, Endless Plains had yet to set foot into the realms of refinement. He lacked sufficient physical control. In such high-speed battles, he could not respond quickly enough to evade the Dragon Breath. Violet Cloud sighed. This was the watershed of top-tier experts. Although the difference seemed insignificant, its impact on the battle's outcome would be astounding. Extremely few ordinary players in God's domain could exert their virtual bodies to their very limits. On the other hand, thanks to their refined control over their own bodies, expert players could sometimes push their virtual bodies to their limits. Naturally, if both sides possessed equal levels and attributes, expert players were far more powerful. However, even top-tier experts would find it extremely difficult to adjust their movement in such a superhuman, high-speed battle. It was like a sprinter's difficulty to stop after running at full speed. In a battle this fast, one could just stop without effort. However, experts who had reached the realms of refinement were capable of exactly that. Although it did not appear impressive, having the ability to accelerate and stop suddenly meant that a player could change their attack trajectories abruptly, confusing the enemy. Violet Cloud had already reached the half-step refinement realm. However, even now, she could not break through that final barrier. Hence, Violet Cloud observed Sherfeng's battle carefully while fighting her own, hoping to gain some insight. The elite players who had intended to help were stupefied. In just 2 seconds, Sherfong had killed 7 of their experts. None of them had been able to withstand even one of his attacks. If even experts had no defense against him, what could elite players like themselves hope to accomplish? Those who had intended to rush over and assist lost all their courage instantly. Screams echoed from all across the mountaintop. Even for elite players, it was extremely difficult to exert their bodies to their limits. Not to mention, the members of Zero Wing's main force all had very high attributes. Their limits were much higher than elite players. This was no longer a battle. This was a massacre. Weaving through the crowd, Fire Dance moved faster than any of these elites players could follow. And as she moved, Fire Dance plunged the true fire blades into every player she passed, taking their lives with just a few hits. After just a brief moment, corpses littered the field. Dashing into the crowd, Shadow Sword brandished his blue fire double-edged sword madly. He sent the several shield warriors who had charged at him flying. The Berserker then followed up with a flame flash, blue fire devouring these shield warriors instantly. He used Whirlwind Slash to finish them off. Standing on a natural rise, Minor Wind launched a continuous stream of powerful arrows with his Wind Chaser. The power within a single arrow was enough to push back a Berserker, a class known for its strength. Even though many elite players tried to approach the Ranger, against the dozens of arrows, these elite players became no more than lifeless pincushions. Aqua Rose, Blackie, and the other magical classes released one AoE spell after another, killing dozens of players with every attack. In just a few minutes, the 2,000-strong Elite Legion had less than 1,000 players remaining. In contrast, Zero Wing's main force had not suffered a single casualty yet. Why are they so strong? Are they really human? I don't want to fight anymore. I want to go home. This situation was nothing like the videos they had watched of experts exchanging moves. Now that they witnessed a true battle between experts, they finally understood just how huge of a gap there was between themselves and expert players. Suddenly, fear swept across the battlefield. The Elite Legion's members refused to continue fighting as they fled in all directions. While Zero Wing's main force fought, the situation in the Stoneclaw Mountains grew increasingly intense. Both sides' armies had finally begun fighting a short distance away from the foot of the mountain. How dare you face us with just 10,000 players? Everyone charge. Kill them all. Red Feather sneered as he glared at Zero Wing's elite members. Chapter 734, Silent Battlefield. In the Stoneclaw Mountains outer region, Zero Wing's 10 1,000-man elite teams finally faced the legions from the Star Alliance and other enemy guilds. However, Zero Wing's elite legions were at a disadvantage. Their opponent outnumbered them by more than 10 times. It seems Zero Wing really wants to die here. Despite so few players, they still split themselves so sparsely. We mustn't let the other guilds get a head start on us. Red Feather also ordered his army of 30,000 elites to split into multiple legions to surround Zero Wing, afraid that they would lose Zero Wing's elite members to the various large guilds. The other guilds had sent more than 70,000 elites in total. The army was more than enough to deal with Zero Wing's 10,000 elite players. Just as Red Feather led the Star Alliance's army to Zero Wing's position, the other guilds began to clash with their enemy. However, Zero Wing's elite members had slightly superior equipment. Moreover, the battlefield was only so large. Only so many ranged players could attack at once. Hence, when it came to ranged firepower, Zero Wing had a slight advantage. After several exchanges, Zero Wing's foe had already suffered over 100 casualties. On the other hand, Zero Wing had only lost a dozen or so members. Other than the difference in damage, Zero Wing's elite members were far more adept at dodging attacks. In addition, their HPs and healing prowess were much higher. Zero Wing's ranged players only needed 3 to 4 hits to kill an enemy elite. However, if the various guilds' elites wished to finish off one of Zero Wing's, they needed to land roughly 6 attacks. Yet, against Zero Wing, the guild's elites could only dodge 3 or 4 out of 10 attacks. On the other hand, Zero Wing's elites could dodge at least 5 attacks. The difference in equipment, attributes, and combat techniques, though small, was clear for all to see. In the end, this minor difference impacted the results significantly. Damn it! All MTs advance. Ranged players, cover them. Healers follow. Assassins, circle and deal with their healers. Don't be afraid. We outnumber Zero Wing. When we reach them, victory will be ours. The upper echelons quickly issued the orders to charge ahead when they noticed Zero Wing's strategy of attack and retreat. Immediately, a collection of shield warriors and guardian knights emerged from the guild's elite army, everyone activating their life-saving skills as they charged madly at Zero Wing's members. The healers supplied these MTs with endless streams of recovery spells from a safe distance. However, no matter how hard these shield warriors and guardian knights tried to dodge, no matter how much healing they received, or how they lifted their shields as they forged ahead, They died helplessly as Zero Wing's hundreds of ranged players blotted out the sky with a rain of fireballs, frost arrows, and normal arrows. If one watched from afar, they would see row after row of shield warriors and guardian knights tumble to the ground. How is Zero Wing's firepower so powerful? Only 40 yards stretched between the two armies. Yet, to shorten the gap by 20 yards, the various guilds had lost over 300 melee players. Even the upper echelons flinched at this spectacle's brutality. They had never imagined that Zero Wing's ranged attacks would be so powerful. Before they could even reach Zero Wing's elites, their legion, which began with more than 4,000 players, had lost close to 500 members. Originally, the various large guilds had thought that this would be an easy battle. After all, they had a massive numerical advantage. However, after seeing Zero Wing's combat method, they realized one thing. Indeed, they did have the advantage in numbers, but unfortunately, the Stoneclaw Mountains terrain prevented them from using that advantage. However, the various large guilds couldn't care less anymore. They all gritted their teeth as they charged forward. If they did not get rid of Zero Wing's elite army today, they would never recover. Moreover, the shield warriors, guardian knights, berserkers, swordsmen, and assassins of the various guilds were close enough that they could use their skills effectively. If they did not fight now, then when? Kill them. We'll earn everything back once we plunder Zero Wing's equipment. Suddenly, the guild's melee classes advanced, an intense bloodthirst shining in their eyes. However, just as the various melee players activated their skills, each Zero Wing elite retrieved an intermediate frost grenade, pelting their approaching enemy. Pung! 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 Suddenly, hundreds of intermediate frost grenades bombarded the advancing crowd, transforming the vibrant forest into a world of ice, snow, and death. As for the melee elites from the various large guilds, they froze into ice sculptures. When a gentle breeze blew past, every one of these elite ice sculptures shattered, decorating the battlefield with equipment. Even though there were some assassins and swordsmen that had reacted quickly enough and activated their life-saving skills in time, their life-saving skills could only deflect a limited number of attacks. These skills' durations were also extremely short. However, the bombardment of the hundreds of frost grenades lasted for nearly 6 seconds. In the end, these players still fell under the rain of frost grenades. Each intermediate frost grenade could deal roughly 400 damage to players and had an effective radius of 12 yards. 100 frost grenades would deal roughly 40,000 damage. At this stage of the game, no player in existence had more than 40,000 HP. Furthermore, Zero Wing had not thrown only 100 grenades. The various guilds' commanders were shocked, speechless. Their remaining elite players also paused, every one of them wearing dazed expressions. Nice. Awesome. You guys thought you were impressive, huh? Now you understand Zero Wing's power. When Zero Wing's members saw how nearly all of the enemy melee players had fallen, pride and joy suddenly welled in their hearts. They also felt endless reverence towards their guild leader, Black Flame. They, too, had thought that their defeat was inevitable. However, this scene had cleared their minds of any doubt. In the blink of an eye, they had wiped out thousands of their enemies. These several hundred intermediate frost grenades were far more powerful than even a large-scale destruction spell. If they could fight here, in the Stoneclaw Mountains' narrow valley, they would not even fear twice this many opponents. The various battles that raged elsewhere met similar situations. The large guild's elite legions suffered tremendous losses under the intermediate frost grenade bombardment. Their death toll already exceeded 10,000, whereas Zero Wing had only lost around 100 members so far. The large guilds were forced to reassess the combat power of Zero Wing's elite army. Meanwhile, at the highest peak in the Stoneclaw Mountains outer region, roughly 10 minutes after the battle had begun, the elite legion of 2,000 players had lost over 80% of its members. The few survivors had scattered and escaped. Just as Fire Dance and the others were about to give chase, Shifeng stopped them. "All right, that's enough. Ignore them. We don't need to waste our time hunting them down. We have more important things to do," Shifeng said in the team chat. His main goal was to occupy this strategic location with good view over the battlefield, not to kill these elite players. Moreover, even if they allowed these several hundred elite players to escape, it would not impact the war's outcome. "Guild leader, what are we going to do next?" Aqua Rose asked curiously. The other team members were just as eager to learn their next step. Shifeng had led them through the Star Alliance's encirclement and occupied this highland. What exactly was his goal? We're going to wait for them here, Shifeng said, laughing. However, we can't idle either. Aqua and Blackie, follow me. Fire, your group will clear the battlefield. Everyone else, pay attention to your surroundings. Be wary of any ambushes from the Star Alliance. Aqua rose and Blackie nodded sharply. They followed Shifeng and climbed to an even higher overlook. Fire Dance then arranged her team to guard their surroundings. Chapter 735, Instrument of War. The news of the various large guilds inside the Stoneclaw Mountains suffering heavy damage spread like wildfire. Players throughout the entire Starmoon Kingdom were paying very close attention to this guild war. Hence, the moment this news appeared on the official forums, it instantly exploded, shocking many players throughout the entire kingdom. The uploaded battle videos of the war staggered them even further. Hundreds of intermediate frost grenades exploded continuously, filling the land with ice flowers and dyeing the land in snow-white color. Several thousand elite players were suddenly nothing more than lifeless ice sculptures doomed to shatter and scatter with the wind. Just seeing this scene alone could give one the shivers. What elite players? What Zerg tactics? Under the bombardment of the frost grenades, everything was insignificant. Without using any words, Zero Wing had proven to everyone that its strength was no trifling matter. Even when going up against over 100,000 elite players, Zero Wing was not afraid. With just the sacrifice of a dozen or so players, Zero Wing had managed to slaughter thousands of elite players. Zero Wing is simply too powerful. They are actually able to obtain so many AoE attack tools. The effects of this item are so good, so it should be very rare and expensive, right? That's an engineering tool. I've bought engineering tools before, so I know how insanely expensive those things are. Since that item they used is practically an instrument of war, it's definitely much more expensive. Despite that, Zero Wing is actually able to casually toss out so many as if they were just toys. Zero Wing is simply too rich. Many players on the official forums began a heated discussion over Zero Wing's financial strength. Although everyone was unclear about the exact price of the intermediate frost grenades, they could still estimate the price range of the frost grenade based on its effects. After making a rough estimate, they then calculated the number of frost grenades Zero Wing had used. Suddenly, everyone was shocked. Just the first wave of frost grenades Zero Wing had thrown in one battlefield cost dozens of gold. Since there was a total of 10 battlefields, that meant Zero Wing had spent several hundred gold just on the first wave of frost grenades. In God's domain, the liquid funds of many guilds did not even amount to several hundred gold, yet Zero Wing had just casually tossed out that sum, using up an entire guild's liquid funds in the blink of an eye. Zero Wing was no longer fighting using players. The guild was practically drowning its enemies with money. However, no one could criticize the effects of this strategy. Based on initial estimates, the number of deaths the various guilds had suffered already exceeded 10,000. After looking at this scene, one could not help but admit that this money was well spent. If Zero Wing were to rely on its guild members to claim that number of kills, the total cost of the equipment lost and compensation given out would indeed be a lot more. Due to Zero Wing's frightening performance, the guild's prestige, which had been on a constant decline before, suddenly began rising rapidly. Many players, who had initially belittled its chances in this war, also started anticipating the final outcome. Meanwhile, the ones that this sudden turn of events affected the most emotionally would be none other than the guilds that were watching from the sidelines. At this moment, they were all inwardly celebrating the fact that they had not rushed to join the Star Alliance's coalition. The outcome of this war, which was initially against Zero Wing's favor, had suddenly taken a big turn. For the guilds directly participating in this war, should the Star Alliance come out victorious, they would definitely benefit greatly from the Stoneclaw Mountains in the future. However, should Zero Wing win, then Zero Wing would surely banish from Stone Forest Town every guild that had aggressed. These guilds would then have a much harder time developing themselves at the Stoneclaw Mountains. So this is his trump card. It's no wonder he insisted on being the spearhead and attracting enemy fire to himself. Gentle Snow could not help but smile after looking at the video showing the situation on the battlefield. It seems that I have really underestimated him. Black Flame had deliberately dispatched only 10,000 members, giving his enemies the impression that Zero Wing was vulnerable. He had then brought out the frost grenades and taken his enemies by surprise. Although the Star Alliance's side had lost over 10,000 players, the impact on the overall situation of this war was negligible. However, it had still awakened the belief that Zero Wing might emerge victorious in this war. This counterattack of Zero Wing had also struck anxiety in the Star Alliance. Guild leader, what should we do now? If Zero Wing possesses such an instrument of war, we will only be going to our deaths if we charge forward. Yet we are no match for Zero Wing in a ranged battle. We also can't utilize our numbers advantage, Red Feather said. When Red Feather received news of this situation, he immediately reported it to Galaxy Past. Due to Zero Wing's counterattack, the various large guilds no longer dared to close in, only fighting at range. However, such ranged battles were extremely time-consuming and extremely disadvantageous for the Star Alliance's coalition. When their members died, they would have to travel over 10 hours to return to the battlefield in the Stoneclaw Mountains. However, when Zero Wing's members died, they only needed an hour or so to rejoin the war. Regarding reinforcements, Zero Wing was overwhelmingly superior to the Star Alliance. A war of attrition was unfavorable to the coalition. They should not have too many of such tools. We have the numerical advantage. Continue sending people forward, but lower the number of people charging at a single time. It would be best if we can have people attacking Zero Wing from all sides. I want to see just how much money Zero Wing has to spend. Galaxy Past was aware of the severity of the situation this time. Hence, he decisively made such a costly decision. I understand. When Red Feather heard this, he immediately realized the limitations of the Frost Grenade. The Frost Grenade was not a skill with indefinite use. Moreover, the grenade should not be cheap. With their numbers, they could simply use a small fraction to bait Zero Wing to use the frost grenades. Once Zero Wing depleted its supply, its elite army would merely be sheep for the slaughter. As long as they defeated Zero Wing and obtained Stone Forest Town, all the losses they suffered now would be negligible. After the various large guilds received the directions from the Star Alliance, they also began attacking Zero Wing's elite legions from multiple locations, as well as using the lives of their members to draw out Zero Wing's frost grenades. Time passed slowly. The battle between both sides grew increasingly intense and increasingly concentrated. Although the effect of the frost grenades was indeed striking, the results now were much more subdued, compared to the first time Zero Wing used the instruments of war. After facing several charging attempts from the Star Alliance, Zero Wing exhausted its supply of frost grenades. However, the Star Alliance suffered only 40,000 plus casualties. In terms of their number of elite members, the Star Alliance was still superior to both Zero Wing and Ouroboros combined. Without the frost grenades, Zero Wing's casualties also began rapidly rising. Haha! Zero Wing has already run out of AoE attack tools. Brothers, it's time to let Zero Wing know how amazing the Star Alliance is. Brothers, charge! Suddenly, the Star Alliance and the various large guilds initiated an all-out charge. Many expert players who could exert massive destructive power accompanied the assault teams. These experts could kill an elite Zero Wing player in just a few hits. However, nobody was capable of stopping these experts. Guild leader, if this continues, our people won't be able to last long. Why don't I lead a team to go and clear out some of the Star Alliance's teams? Fire Dance took the initiative to ask. She could no longer stand watching this one-sided battle. The Star Alliance's experts had already begun moving and were casually killing their companions. Meanwhile, they, the experts of Zero Wing, could only stand and watch from the sidelines. This inaction made them feel greatly troubled. Standing at the peak of the mountain, Shifeng shook his head, saying, "Your duty is to guard this place, not to kill elites." Since stamina was a limiting factor in God's domain, even an expert like himself would still slowly drown to death in the flood of players. Hence, exchanging the stamina of experts for the lives of the enemy's elite members was unjustifiable. It would be a different story if they had a large number of expert players. However, Zero Wing had far fewer experts than their opponents. But Fire Dance truly could not understand why Shifeng wanted them to guard this location. Relax. When going up against elite players, We naturally have to use a method for dealing with elite players. Sherfong laughed. He then spoke through the team chat, saying, Aqua, are you guys ready on your side yet? If you don't take action soon, Fire is going to start growing anxious. Before he had come to the Stoneclaw Mountains, he had already thought of a way to cope with the Star Alliance's army. He had never once thought of relying on just the frost grenades to win this war. His real trump card was another item he had asked Melancholic Smile to purchase. Basic Mana Pulse Cannon. He had spent a full 20,000 gold to purchase this thing. However, in order to use this item, they had to fix it to the ground and could not move it. Moreover, its assembly and disassembly were extremely troublesome processes. It was also very easily destroyed. Generally, it was an instrument of war used to defend towns and cities. Despite it being only a basic mana pulse cannon, the power contained in a single shot could rival even a Tier 4 large-scale destruction spell. The cannon had a shooting range of 15,000 yards, and it was a tool often seen in wars that occurred during the later stages of God's domain. Guild leader, it's ready. We're just waiting for your orders now, Aqua Rose replied through the team chat, smiling. Chapter 736, Battlefield Dominator. Now that Zero Wing has used up their frost grenades, they no longer have anything to depend upon. Although the Dark God's Legion is slaughtering the elite legions of the Star Alliance, the Alliance has already sent over 500 experts to hold back the Legion. Once the duration of the Dark God's Legion's Berserk skills ends, Zero Wing's Dark God's Legion will be finished as well. Even if the 100 experts of Zero Wing's main force were to take action now, the assassins of the Flower of Seven Sins will block them. This battle should be nearing its end now. Autumn, have the others get ready. We're heading over to the Highland Black Flame has occupied right away. Now that the outcome of this war is about to be determined, it should be about time for the Flower of Seven Sins to make its move. Yuan Tiexin, who stood observing from an elevated position, could not help but shake his head. In the end, going up against the major forces of God's domain was simply impossible for an upstart guild with no background. However, even if Zero Wing was defeated, the fact that the guild was able to survive up to this point was already a matter to be proud of. Uncle Yuan, isn't there still Ouroboros' elite army of 60,000? Cold Autumn had previously read the report on Ouroboros. The army led by the snow goddess Gentle Snow was not something to discount. Moreover, there were also several noteworthy experts on Ouroboros' side. Currently, the difference in the number of elites between both sides was no longer as large as when the war began. It was still too early to establish the outcome of this war. If the Star Alliance and Overwhelming Smile did not possess that trump card, the outcome of this war would indeed be undetermined, Yuan Tiexin said, smiling as he shook his head. The Star Alliance's trump card? Cold Autumn looked at Yuan Tiexin very curiously. A war involving over 100,000 elite players was not something that could be decided with just any ordinary trump card. However, judging from how assured Yuan Tiexin was, the trump card was precisely that powerful. I have also only heard this piece of information from the guild leader. Just the other day, the Star Alliance and Overwhelming Smile both spent an extremely massive sum to purchase 2 Tier 3 summoning scrolls from a super guild, Yuan Tiexin said. Enviously, he added, Tier 3 summoning scrolls are exceedingly rare in God's domain. They can be of great help in capturing towns, or when used in guild wars. Even the secret pavilion has only managed to gather a few pieces after going through many difficulties. Every piece is a treasure that cannot be bought even with thousands of gold coins. A place with narrow terrain like this is indeed unsuitable for large-scale battles. However, it is the best environment for a Tier 3 creature to exert its advantages. A Tier 3 creature can serve as the best shield and sword in this war. With the assistance of a large group of elite players, a Tier 3 creature can easily annihilate an army of several thousand elite players. What more with 2 Tier 3 creatures? Without sufficient experts to pin them down, these monsters will slaughter elite players. Zero Wing and Ouroboros will stand no chance against these monsters. When Cold Autumn and the others heard this, they shivered involuntarily. The power that 2 great lords controlled by players could exert was simply unimaginable. With the current strength of players, coping with these monsters was impossible. They could only rely on Zerg tactics to kill the great lords. However, the number of sacrifices required to do so would be horrific. To Zero Wing and Ouroboros with their smaller fighting force, this trump card of the Star Alliance would be a fatal one. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of Ouroboros and the Star Alliance, as both sides were almost evenly matched, the number of casualties on both sides was nearly equal. Since Zero Wing is almost finished, Purple, give Ouroboros the final blow, Galaxy Past, who was commanding the battle, whispered to Purple Eye. They had brought 2 Tier 3 summoning scrolls to this war. One was in Purple Eye's hands, while the other was in Overwhelming Smiles Wolf's hands. Galaxy Past was not in control of the Tier 3 summoning scroll in Overwhelming Smiles' possession. However, seeing as Zero Wing had already become sheep for the slaughter, he did not wish the Star Alliance to continue losing more elite members. I understand, Purple Eye, who was fighting at the front lines, replied, her lips curling up into a smile. She then excitedly retrieved the Tier 3 summoning scroll in her bag. Unfurling the scroll, she shouted lowly, I summon thee, Mountain Giant. Suddenly, in the heart of the intense battlefield, a massive magic array appeared in midair. In the next moment, a mountain giant with a body made entirely of rocks fell from the aquamarine magic array. The mountain giant was over 50 meters tall, and all players before its colossal body were no different from ants. Mountain Giant, Elemental Being, Great Lord. Level 54. HP 20,000/20,000,000. Purple Eye was currently level 34. Meanwhile, creatures summoned using summoning scrolls would be 20 levels higher than their summoners. Hence, the Mountain Giant summoned was level 54. At the same time, its control also fell to Purple Eye. As the number 1 elementalist in the Star Alliance, Purple Eye's standard in terms of techniques was slightly above even Galaxy Past's. The instant the Mountain Giant appeared, Purple Eye promptly controlled it to slaughter hundreds of Ouroboros' elite members. Immediately after, the Mountain Giant abruptly stomped on the ground, and the ground within 120 yards of the Great Lord's feet trembled. In the next moment, at the rear line of Ouroboros' legion, a rock spike with a radius of 20 yards shot up from the ground, instantly annihilating dozens of Ouroboros' healers and striking panic in the remaining healers. Previously, the battle between both sides remained at a stalemate. With the appearance of the Mountain Giant, however, it immediately became a one-sided struggle. When Ouroboros' attacks landed on the Mountain Giant, none of them dealt more than 100 damage due to the level and tier suppression. Even after adding up the efforts of several hundred players, the total was merely in the tens of thousands. To the Mountain Giant, who had 20 million HP, this amount of damage was not worth mentioning. Just its battle recovery alone could maintain it at full HP. The Mountain Giant was essentially a strength-type Great Lord. With a single blow, it could instantly kill a full HP level 30 elite MT. Moreover, as all of the Mountain Giant's attacks were AoE attacks, when it came to a crowded battlefield, a single blow from it could kill anywhere from a few to more than a dozen players. The Mountain Giant completely dominated this entire battlefield with overwhelming force. In less than 5 minutes, one of Ouroboros' 3,000-man elite legions was wiped out. This scene shocked the other elite legions into a constant retreat. Shortly after the appearance of the Mountain Giant, a level 54 Great Lord ranked 3-headed hound appeared on Overwhelming Smiles' side of the battlefield. Cerberus, Dark Creature, Great Lord. Level 54. HP 17, 500,000/17, 500,000. Although the Cerberus did not possess as much HP as the Mountain Giant, it was significantly superior to the Mountain Giant in terms of magic damage. Its movement speed and attack speed were also much faster. When it came to killing elite players on the battlefield, it was even more proficient than the Mountain Giant. After 2 level 54 Great Lords joined the battlefield, Ouroboros' members immediately fell into a panic. The 2 Great Lords both possessed quite a number of AoE attack skills. In a battle of thousands, they could easily reap the lives of hundreds of elite players every passing moment. Ouroboros could not offer any resistance whatsoever. Snow, what should we do now? Zhao Yueru felt her scalp tingling and her body shivering when she looked at the 2 Great Lords. If they could not deal with these 2 Great Lords, Ouroboros would have no chance of victory at all. We don't have any other choice. Let's use our final card. Although it can't stop these 2 Great Lords, it will be able to trap them for a short time. This should give us enough time to escape their pursuit, Gentle Snow said, gritting her teeth. She inwardly felt great frustration. She had never imagined that they would lose this war just like this. Faced with two great lords, choosing a direct confrontation would only increase their losses. As for waiting until the summoning duration of the two great lords ran out, by the time that happened, everyone from Ouroboros would most likely be dead already. Just as the two great lords were pushing forward relentlessly, a beam of alternating black and white lights flashed down from a distant mountaintop, directly piercing the advancing mountain giant. A black and white pillar of light then appeared, devouring an area of 200 yards around the mountain giant. When the light pillar dissipated, not even a blade of grass lingered within the 200-yard radius. Only a large crater and a half-kneeling mountain giant remained. Chapter 737, Absolute Power. The appearance and disappearance of the black and white pillar of light stunned everyone. The power of this sudden attack was simply devastating. The shocking scene etched itself deep into everyone's minds. It was difficult to forget even if one wanted to. Just what was that thing? At this moment, looking at the half-kneeling mountain giant, the shock Gentle Snow felt was indescribable with words. It would have been fine if the pillar of light had just killed every player within a radius of 200 yards. However, not only had the devastating attack dealt over 4 million damage to the level 54 Great Lord, but it had also placed the mountain giant in a heavily injured state, immobilizing it. Although the mountain giant could still fight, its controller, Purple Eye, had already died within the pillar of light. Normally, summoned creatures could only move within a certain range from their summoners. They could not leave this area. Meanwhile, if the summoner died, the summoned creature would also vanish. One could say that this dependence on the summoner was the weakness of a Tier 3 summoning scroll. Initially, Gentle Snow had also considered killing the player controlling the Great Lord. However, it was simply impossible for them to circle around the Great Lord and break through the numerous elite players protecting the summoner. Hence, they could only retreat in defeat. But with this devastating power, not to mention killing the controller, even killing the Great Lord would not be a problem. Compared to the shock Gentle Snow and the other members of Ouroboros were feeling, the members of the Star Alliance were utterly dumbfounded. If just a single attack could kill over 1,000 players, wouldn't it be only a moment's effort to finish off tens of thousands of players? Just how were they supposed to go up against this power? Setting aside the fact that the attack covered a radius of 200 yards, the speed of that attack was simply not one that players could dodge. One could say that the instant the black and white beam of light appeared, everyone within its range of attack only had death awaiting them. Suddenly, everyone could not help but turn to look at the origin of that beam of light. Black flame. Galaxy Past's eyes immediately turned crimson with rage, his expression becoming exceedingly ugly. Galaxy Past had known the location of Zero Wing's main force ever since Shifeng launched his attack on the elite legion stationed on the mountain. The only reason he had not sent anyone after them was because he intended to have the Flower of Seven Sins finish the job. He had never imagined that Shifeng would have such a card as well. In just a single attack, Shifeng had exterminated one of his trump cards. The Star Alliance had paid an unimaginable price to obtain that Tier 3 summoning scroll. Moreover, this price did not take the form of coins. Instead, it was the magic crystals that the Star Alliance had amassed with much difficulty during this period. Yet now, before the mountain giant could even begin to display its strength, Shifeng had already wiped it out of existence. At this moment, Galaxy Past wished he could rip out Shifeng's heart with his very own hands. Kill them all. That kind of attack should only be usable once. Victory still belongs to us. Galaxy Past immediately notified everyone as he began attacking the members of Ouroboros in a frenzy. Due to Galaxy Past's reminder, everyone from the Star Alliance quickly regained their senses. Launching such a heaven-defying attack even once was already plenty amazing. The possibility of Zero Wing pulling off another such attack should be extremely low. Currently, although one of their two great lords had been defeated, they still had one left. The advantage their side possessed had yet to disappear. Zero Wing and Ouroboros were still on the losing side. Aqua, how long till the next shot? Shifeng could not help but ask as he saw the Star Alliance going into action once more. The requirements to use the Mana Pulse cannon were extremely stringent. It had its limitations. Firstly, the cannon could not be used inside dungeons. Otherwise, dealing with dungeon bosses would be a piece of cake. A few shots would be all it would take to clear the dungeon. Secondly, the cannon had a relatively long cooldown time after firing before it could fire again. Normally, this cooldown was roughly 3 to 4 minutes long. Thirdly, it was extremely costly to fire the cannon, with each shot costing 1,000 magic crystals. Even ordinary large guilds were unlikely to obtain 1,000 magic crystals in a day. Yet, the basic mana pulse cannon only needed an instant to waste it all. In terms of coins, the cannon cost over 200 gold to fire each time. To first-rate guilds, 200 gold was not a small amount, not to mention 1,000 magic crystals. Even if first-rate guilds possessed a basic mana pulse cannon, they would not be willing to use it unless absolutely necessary. There's still another 30 seconds, Aqua Rose, who was controlling the mana pulse cannon, immediately replied after taking a look at the cooldown time. Previously, she had felt slightly confused when Shifeng had asked her and Blackie to follow him. However, after Shifeng took out the basic mana pulse cannon, she was left dumbfounded for a long time. She never imagined there would be such a horrifying weapon even in God's domain. Of course, one also needed considerable financial strength to use this horrific weapon. First and foremost, the basic mana pulse cannon's selling price of 20,000 gold was enough to deter the majority of the guilds in God's domain from buying it. The next part was the fuel of 1,000 magic crystals. If Zero Wing had not occupied Stone Forest Town and could not collect a large amount of magic crystals from the various large guilds every day, using the mana pulse cannon would really have been too expensive. However, she also could not help but admit that this money was well spent. Just a single shot had directly stunned everyone in the Stoneclaw Mountains. However, compared to the cannon's actual effects, its impact on morale was much more amazing. In a war, if one side's momentum were suppressed by the other, this would greatly affect the spirits of both sides, regardless of whether it was the stronger side or the weaker side. All right, the next target will be that Cerberus. Make sure you don't let the summoner get away, Shifeng commanded. He then messaged Gentle Snow, having her lure the Cerberus as close as possible to the basic mana pulse cannon. The basic mana pulse cannon only had a shooting range of 15,000 yards. Beyond this range, the cannon was no threat. After receiving Shifeng's message, Gentle Snow immediately began directing Ouroboros' army with renewed vigor to move closer to Shifeng's location. Seeing the members of Ouroboros escaping, the players on the Star Alliance's side naturally gave chase. The duration of a summoned creature was limited. Obviously, they needed to achieve the greatest results during this time limit. 30 seconds quickly passed. You're next. Aqua Rose aimed at the approaching Cerberus and fired the mana pulse cannon once more. Show! The black and white beam of light shot directly at the three-headed hound. Despite the distance of several thousand yards, the energy pulse of the mana pulse cannon took only an instant to hit a spot close to the Cerberus. When the black and white pillar of light appeared in the Stoneclaw Mountains once more, every player at the outer area of the dungeon was able to see it clearly. Warwolf had noticed the energy pulse the moment it appeared. However, he instantly knew that it was too late to avoid it. The only thing he could do was activate every life-saving skill he possessed. However, the energy pulse, which had the might of a Tier 4 large-scale destruction spell, was not something a measly Tier 1 player could defend against. Even for Shifeng, his only option when going up against this attack would be to activate space movement to escape. The aura of Earth's absolute defense might not even be able to defend against this move, as invulnerability in God's domain was not absolute. If an attack surpassed the limit a skill could endure, it would likewise break through the skill. After the black and white light pillar dissipated, as expected, Warwolf had fallen to the energy pulse. The Cerberus had disappeared as well together with Warwolf. At the same time, over 1,000 overwhelming Smile members had also been turned into ash, leaving behind only a crater filled with equipment. Chapter 738. 7 Sins Take Action. The reappearance of the black and white light pillar and the new wave of devastation that came with it stunned just about everyone in the Stoneclaw Mountains had once more stunned everyone in the Stoneclaw Mountains. For a moment, they had forgotten to fight as they turned to watch Pillar of Light. In the face of this horrific power, the prowess of tens of thousands of players was a joke. Complete annihilation could happen at any minute. Although the energy pulse had killed was only over 1,000 players, a deep fear of the weapon had seeped into their bones. Nobody wanted to be on the receiving end of that attack, disintegrating into dust. Suddenly everyone, players from the Star Alliance and various guilds alike, feared Zero Wing. They were deeply afraid that Zero Wing would launch another such attack. After the energy pulse first appeared, they consoled themselves that it was impossible to use such an attack twice. However, that consolation vanished after the second energy pulse. Players would lose one level when they died. However, losing a level in the 30s would require several days to recover. At the thought of losing their lives to a single attack, the Star Alliance and its allies began to move cautiously. The various troops reigned in their bloodlust. After all, if they attracted too much attention, Armageddon could come knocking on their doors next. In contrast, Ouroboros and Zero Wing's morale flourished, the members of both guilds passionately launching their counterattacks. One side held back with caution, while the other side forged on with guns blazing. The battle's outcome was obvious. Damn it, just where did Black Flame get that thing? Galaxy Pass scowled. That energy pulse attack was simply too much of a threat to the Star Alliance. If they did not deal with it quickly, they would certainly lose this war. Losing this war would be a fatal blow to the guild. The loss of EXP and equipment was a secondary concern. Most importantly, the Star Alliance's prestige as a first-rate guild would vanish. Not only had the Star Alliance challenged an upstart guild like Zero Wing, but it even lost miserably. In the future, how was the Alliance supposed to compete with Ouroboros in Starmoon City? Meanwhile, if Zero Wing won this war, not only would it gain more prestige, but the guild would also see a flood of players trying to join, which, in turn, would allow the guild's strength to grow. Just how was the Star Alliance supposed to capture Stone Forest Town? Red Feather, lead the main army and annihilate Black Flame. We cannot allow him to fire that thing again. After considering his options, Galaxy Pass did not believe that they could allow Zero Wing to occupy that mountain any longer. With the mountain's vantage point, Zero Wing could fire that energy pulse anywhere on the battlefield they wanted. If they could evict Zero Wing quickly, then the threat of mass destruction would lessen. Hence, it was imperative that they remove Zero Wing from the mountain. As for Zero Wing's elite army, it was no longer important. Rest assured, guild leader. I'll lead a unit to annihilate Black Flame. Red Feather understood the importance of his task. Moreover, this was the perfect chance to avenge the humiliation he had previously suffered. He had only sent his subordinates to deal with Black Flame during the battle in White River City. Yet, in the end, not one of the 6 subordinates he sent had returned alive. This time, he intended to deal with Starmoon Kingdom's #1 expert personally. Brother Glorious, I'll have to trouble you to inform the Flower of 7 Sins. Hopefully, they can act as soon as possible. This way, we'll be able to end this battle a little sooner, rather than continuing to waste resources. As insurance, Galaxy Pass still decided to deploy the Flower of 7 Sins. Exemplary Willow had intended to force Black Flame to taste despair. Hence, she had ordered them to wipe out Zero Wing's elites before hunting Black Flame and Zero Wing's upper echelons. However, that plan was no longer viable. That energy pulse was simply too much of a threat. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's main force had occupied a location that was easy to hold but difficult to attack. With the combat power of Zero Wing's main force, although Red Feather led many elite members, they could not exert their maximum power. No one was certain that they could chase Black Flame and his team off that mountain. If the battle dragged on and Zero Wing was allowed to fire that energy pulse a few more times, it could turn the tide of this war. Hence, for safety's sake, it would be more efficient for the Flower of 7 Sins assassins to take action. If the Flower of 7 Sins could take down Zero Wing's upper echelons quickly, they could deal a massive blow to both Zero Wing and Ouroboros. The Star Alliance could regain its lost momentum in full. It would be much easier to annihilate the remaining elite members of the 2 guilds. I'll notify them right away, Glorious Echo replied. He, too, realized the severity of the situation. His previous carefree expression had vanished. The war that had clearly been in their favor had suddenly taken a 180-degree turn. If they idled, this war would lose all meaning, even if they killed Zero Wing's upper echelons. Exemplary Willow wanted an overwhelming victory in addition to Black Flame's despair. If he told Exemplary Willow that they had won a Pyrrhic victory, the woman might even skin him alive. Finally want us to join the fray? A silver-robed man asked. This middle-aged man carried a black spear on his back and chuckled when he received Glorious Echo's call. Yes, I hope you can finish the job as soon as possible. Glorious Echo nodded. Relax. As long as we make a move, Black Flame's time in this world will be limited, the silver-robed man laughed. He then disconnected the call and looked to the others, saying, Let's begin. Don't forget your targets. You are only allowed to attack someone else after your target is dead. Although they were all extremely powerful, top-tier experts, when dealing with this silver-robed man, they could not help but shiver as they nodded their heads respectfully. The Flower of Seven Sins was an organization where strength meant everything. The silver-robed man was stronger than every one of them. Hence, he had full command of this operation. Just as the Flower of Seven Sins assassins made their way towards Shifeng's peak, the secret pavilion's members, who had watched from afar, began to move. I had not expected Zero Wing to obtain such a strategic tool. It's no wonder why it grew from an upstart guild to its present power. If not for the Flower of Seven Sins, Zero Wing might really win this war. Yuan Tiexin shuddered when he recalled the prior devastation. If Zero Wing could obtain several more tools, who could possibly stand up to it in the future? However, this event had reminded him of one thing. Wars in God's domain were not won just by relying on elite and expert players. Such strategic tools were similarly very important. While the Star Alliance mobilized a unit, approaching Shifeng's position, Shifeng used this time to fire the Mana Pulse cannon a few more times, annihilating thousands of the Star Alliance's members. The Star Alliance's expert team, which faced the Dark God's Legion, also received a shot. The energy pulse had instantly disintegrated close to half of the expert team, alleviating the pressure on the Dark God's Legion. This situation had nearly caused the upper echelons of the Star Alliance and the various other guilds to faint. Guild leader, as expected, they're approaching. Should we have the nearby elite legion head our way and assist us? That way, we'll have an easier time holding this area, Fire Dance asked Shifeng as she watched the elite army gather at the foot of the mountain. With only Zero Wing's main force, it would be extremely difficult to secure this location. No need. Having more people will only hinder us. Shifeng waved his hand. He then took out the Bible of Darkness and the Tier 3 magic amplification scroll from his bag, smiling faintly. Chapter 739, 100 versus 20,000. The Star Alliance had dispatched an army of 20,000 elite players to surround Shifeng's mountaintop. Even if Shifeng and the others were more powerful, they would never escape an army of 20,000 elite players and numerous experts. Everyone split up as much as possible and attack in groups. Be careful of Zero Wing's AoE spells. Red Feather commanded. The Star Alliance had investigated Zero Wing's main force members extensively. Blackie's Stars of Light and Shifeng's Firestorm were the army's biggest threats. These two spells had displayed their frightening, destructive power many times in the past. If they charged as one, they would be no more than target practice. Even without the Flower of Seven Sins, 20,000 elite players are more than enough to drown Black Flame's group of 100. Cold Autumn, who watched from a nearby mountaintop, could not help but sigh at the sea of players as they climbed the mountain. Players' stamina in God's domain was not unlimited. It might have been fine if Zero Wing fought ordinary players, but not only was every member of the 20,000-man army an elite, but the army also contained plenty of experts. This battle would not end quickly. If Zero Wing faced only common monsters, it might have a chance at victory. After all, common monsters did not require much from players. There was no need to push oneself to the limit to fight such opponents. In a normal battle, players could fight for a very long time. However, it was a different story in a high-speed battle where it was necessary to remain at one's peak. This would have a high demand of one's stamina and concentration. This was like running a marathon. A runner might have the stamina to jog 10 kilometers, but not at full speed. It'd be a miracle if an experienced runner could run a full kilometer at full speed. It was the same concept with maintaining one's peak during combat. If they, the younger generation of the Secret Pavilion, were the ones to fight in this battle, let alone 20,000 players, even 10,000 players would be more than enough to drown them to death. They could only retreat if they wanted to survive. Choosing to fight would simply lead to their grave. The fact that the Star Alliance had dispatched 20,000 elites to entrap Black Flame, and his team showed just how afraid the Alliance was of the swordsman. Ordinary top-tier experts would not warrant such treatment. Meanwhile, as the war raged, the official forums exploded with comments. Zero Wing is too amazing. They're actually going up against 20,000 people with a team of 100. I wonder who will win. I wish I could watch this battle in person. I'm guessing that Zero Wing will wipe. We're talking about 20,000 guild elite members. Indeed, that's 20,000 elite players, not 20,000 common monsters. If Zero Wing comes out victorious, they will be a legend in God's domain. I wonder how many people Zero Wing's 100 members will kill. This battle would determine the supremacy over the Stoneclaw Mountains. Hence, the players throughout Starmoon Kingdom paid very close attention to it. Moreover, one did not often see a guild war of this scale. Aside from the forum discussions, players also broadcasted live streams of the war on the official forums. For this war, the Star Alliance did not bother with chasing away outsiders. Instead, the guild allowed other players to watch. They wanted everyone to know how powerful the Star Alliance was. Only the Star Alliance had begun to regret that decision. Advance. Show everyone the consequences for opposing the Star Alliance. Red Feather shouted. Suddenly, the army of 20,000 elite players ascended the mountain, leaving no gaps for Zero Wing to escape through. They intended to wipe out Black Flame and his team. When the Star Alliance's army was halfway up the mountain, a black figure suddenly appeared in midair. Whenever the figure flapped its pitch-black wings, it generated powerful winds. Why is a demon here? Everyone from the Star Alliance turned to look at the figure. Battle Demon. Level 55. HP 11,000,000/11,000,000. While everyone was caught in a daze, the Battle Demon lifted its twin blood-red war axes and swooped down into the crowd. Swinging its weapons, the Battle Demon created a storm that sent all players within a radius of 15 yards flying into the air, the countless wind blades ending their lives. Once the violent storm ended, hundreds of pieces of equipment fell from the sky. Everyone involuntarily shuddered. With players' current standard, none of them had any hope against a level 55 Tier 3 creature. No, this is Zero Wing's demon. All melee players scatter. Ranged players, distance yourselves from the demon and use barrier magic arrays to trap it. Red Feather immediately commanded. Although the demon's sudden appearance had surprised him, he remained relatively calm. Although barrier magic arrays were rare, a first-rate guild like the Star Alliance had quite a few in reserve. They might not be able to kill the Tier 3 demon, but they could confine it for a while. However, Shifeng had no intentions of giving the Star Alliance the opportunity to trap the demon. The demons he summoned with the Bible of Darkness were different from the creatures summoned with summoning scrolls. The demons could be controlled from a very long distance. Hence, Shifeng directed the Battle Demon to fly into the air and attack other locations. Despite the constant attacks from the Star Alliance's players, due to the level and tier suppression, their damage was practically negligible. In such a way, the Battle Demon repeatedly struck and fled. Every time the players with the barrier scrolls reached the battle, the demon was out of reach. For a time, the Star Alliance's army plunged into chaos. Red Feather's eyes were bloodshot with fury as he roared deafeningly, watching this madness repeat again and again. It was already difficult enough to deal with a Tier 3 demon. Now the demon ran about randomly, wreaking havoc wherever it went. To the Star Alliance, this demon was a nightmare. They were sheep to the slaughter. A casual assault could kill several hundred players. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before the demon annihilated their army of 20,000 elite players. Guild leader, you really are amazing. You can actually summon such a powerful Tier 3 demon. With this, the Star Alliance will suffer. Blackie rejoiced as he watched the Battle Demon massacre the Star Alliance's elites. Previously, the two great lords the Star Alliance and Overwhelming Smile had summoned had dealt quite the blow. Just when he thought that this war had been over, Shifeng revealed the basic mana pulse cannon. With just 2 shots, they had dealt with the two great lords, forcing the Star Alliance to send out an army of players. Now, Shifeng had summoned a Tier 3 demon. In such a narrow mountain path, a Tier 3 demon was far more effective than several thousand elite players. Ignore that demon. Charge up the mountain. If we kill the summoner, that demon will disappear. Galaxy Past, who commanded the battle against Ouroboros in the distance, suddenly shouted in the guild chat. Regardless of how powerful a summoned creature was, its summoner was always its weakness. Rather than wasting time with the Tier 3 demon, it was more effective to attack its summoner. Zero Wing itself had taught them this lesson. Sure enough, after Galaxy Past's reminder, the Star Alliance's elites calmed themselves and pushed up the mountain, leaving only the barrier team behind to deal with the Tier 3 demon. Guild leader, they're coming. Should I fire? Blackie asked as he watched the elite army charge at them like a swarm of ants. He desperately wanted to use stars of light to show the Star Alliance who they were dealing with. Before replying, Sherfone glanced at a 50-man team that climbed the mountain path swiftly. With a serious expression, he said, "Save it for now. We can deal with the Star Alliance after we deal with the Flower of Seven Sins." Chapter 740, Top-Tier Battle. Hearing Shifeng's comment, Fire Dance and the others turned towards the Flower of Seven Sins approach. If they had to name their greatest threat in this war, it was definitely not the Star Alliance's army of over 100,000 elite players. It was the 50-man team from the Flower of Seven Sins. Watching the assassins close the distance between them, Fire Dance and the others grew nervous. They knew that, should the assassins defeat them here, their previous efforts would be for naught. Don't hold back against them. Use the power of darkness right from the start, Sherfone reminded his team through the team chat. Victory or defeat, let it be determined within these 10 minutes. In terms of techniques, the Flower of Seven Sins was leaps and bounds above them. They only had two advantages. First, they had more numbers on their side. Second, they had the advantage of Berserk skills. The power of darkness had a duration of 10 minutes. Ordinary Berserk skills generally only lasted a fraction of that time. When they activated the power of darkness, their opponents would have no choice but to activate theirs as well. If they could last through the duration of the Flower of Seven Sins Berserk skills, they would emerge victorious. Sherfone directed the battle demon to charge at the assassins with flying speed. With the overwhelming combat power of a Tier 3 demon, it should be simple to defeat the 50-man team of assassins. Do you think you can stop the Flower of Seven Sins with a single Tier 3 demon? The silver-robed man glanced at the battle demon flying towards his team, a playful smile appearing on his face. He then revealed a black magic scroll. Unfurling it, he shouted, "I summon thee, Magma Giant." Suddenly, a massive humanoid figure covered in molten lava appeared on the mountain. Lava Giant, Elemental Being, Great Lord. Level 55. HP 18,000,000/18,000,000. The instant the lava giant appeared, it released an angry bellow and lifted both its hands. Suddenly, lava spewed from the ground and swept across the mountaintop, transforming an area of 300 yards around the lava giant into a lava domain. Not only did the lava domain suppress enemies' attributes, but it also ate away 3% of their HPs every 5 seconds. Players could not fight within the domain for very long at all. After establishing its domain, the lava giant tightly clasped both its hands together. In the next moment, hot lava began to spew into the air, engulfing the battle demon and preventing it from moving. A Great Lord actually knows a domain skill and a Tier 3 imprisonment skill. The Flower of Seven Sins is even willing to part with such a summoning scroll? Sherfone could not help his frown. A Tier 3 imprisonment skill could seal the battle demon's movements for a very long time. However, throughout the skill's duration, the caster could not move. Both summoned creatures had been taken out of this fight. However, the Flower of Seven Sins had the aid of a domain skill, which was a significant disadvantage for Zero Wing. Give up. Nobody can avoid the Flower of Seven Sins assassins. The silver-robed man chuckled. The lava domain had already enveloped the mountaintop. Zero Wing's members were trapped inside. Moreover, with the suppression and HP reduction effects, even if Zero Wing's members activated their Berserk skills, they would not survive for long inside the lava domain. In the end, death would be waiting to greet them. That isn't necessarily true. Watching the assassins charge at them, Sherfone suddenly shouted, "Activate the magic array." Suddenly, a purple-gold magic array appeared in the air, enveloping both Zero Wing and the Flower of Seven Sins. This magic array was none other than the intermediate magic array, 9-star polar domain, that Shifeng had previously obtained. As long as the 9-star polar domain was active, people outside the barrier could not enter. Similarly, those inside could not leave. Only after the 9 casters' mana ran out would the barrier disappear. Moreover, the 9-star polar domain also suppressed the assassin's attributes. Furthermore, its suppression was more powerful than the lava domains. The lava domain could suppress a player's attributes by 30%, whereas the 9-star polar domain could suppress a player's attributes by 40%. Against high-tiered monsters, it could suppress over 70% of their attributes. It was an extremely powerful magic array. When the players outside of the barrier saw Zero Wing and the Flower of Seven Sins' various combat methods, they were momentarily stunned. Very good. At least things are getting a little interesting now. The silver-robed man could not help but laugh. Let's see which one of us will last until the very end. Saying so, the members of the Flower of Seven Sins activated their Berserk skills. Although they suffered a more powerful suppression, the lava domain would chip away at Zero Wing's HPs. If they dragged on the battle, they could win easily. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's side similarly activated the power of darkness. Suddenly, both sides' attributes soared, their combat powers reaching greater heights than before. With only a few dozen yards between them, they began to launch ranged attacks. Spells and arrows flew at their targets. However, neither side was easy to defeat as they weaved between the rain of spells and arrows. In the blink of an eye, the distance between the two teams closed. The melee classes exchanged blows rapidly, their bodies moving with blurring speed. Fire Dance immediately set her sights on a level 34 cleric. Using shadow steps, she appeared behind the cleric and activated the assassin class' strongest skill, Absolute Strike. However, this cleric had sensed Fire Dance's approach. Not only did he manage to activate Truth Shield before Fire Dance's attack reached him, but he also activated Terrorizing Roar. Fire Dance was forced to activate a control removal skill. Afterward, she thrust her short sword towards the cleric. In response, the cleric used his staff to block the attack. As Fire Dance possessed overwhelming strength, her attack had sent that cleric flying. However, the cleric took the opportunity to put some distance between them. Unfortunately, Fire Dance's damage only shattered the cleric's Truth Shield. The cleric remained unharmed. Just as Fire Dance thought of chasing after the cleric, she felt an intensely dense killing intent from behind her. Hurriedly, Fire Dance used wind steps. Dang! Without her notice, a dagger struck her back. Fortunately, Fire Dance had activated wind steps in time, the 1-second invulnerability nullifying the attack. Your reaction time is quite good, but how about this? The black-clothed assassin that suddenly appeared behind Fire Dance bantered. He then brandished 2 daggers, sending over a dozen afterimages at Fire Dance. It was as if he had launched these attacks simultaneously, entrapping Fire Dance. Instinctually, Fire Dance had wanted to defend against the attacks. However, she quickly changed her mind and used Void Steps instead. Suddenly, Fire Dance vanished. The black-clothed assassin halted his attacks and activated Wind Steps. Dang! Fire Dance suddenly appeared beside the black-clothed assassin, her short sword stopping just before the man's back, unable to proceed even an inch. Such an amazing footwork. It seems that I did not choose the wrong target, the black-clothed assassin laughed. He glanced at Fire Dance, saying, I'm Pleiades, the one who is going to kill you. A flowing water realm expert? When Fire Dance saw her opponent's calm reaction to Void Steps, she could roughly guess Pleiades' standard. Otherwise, he would not have been able to defend. Only those capable of predicting her movements could defend against her Void Steps. Aside from Fire Dance, who had encountered a flowing water realm expert, Violet Cloud faced down one of the Flower of Seven Sins party leaders. Although Zero Wing's members had the advantage in attributes and could take the initiative in attacking, the assassins' techniques were far more refined. The assassins did not use strictly might to face their opponents. Instead, they defended and counterattacked. After all, with the presence of the lava domain, Zero Wing's members would continuously lose HP over time. They just needed to wait until their opponents ran out of HP. Black Flame, show me your strength, the silver-robed middle-aged man demanded as he stood in Shifeng's path. Sweeping his spear horizontally, The middle-aged man exuded an imposing aura. Chapter 741, Godly Speed. The members of Zero Wing and the Flower of Seven Sins had entered their own battles. Aside from Fire Dance, Violet Cloud, and Aqua Rose relying on the attribute advantage that their Tier 1 set equipment provided to suppress the Assassin's party leaders, the others struggled against the remaining 4 party leaders. These party leaders' equipment was in no way inferior to the members of Zero Wing's main force. In addition, they wore almost a full set of Tier 3 gemstones, and their Berserk skills were slightly more powerful than the Power of Darkness. Hence, they easily made up for the difference in attributes. With very little difference in basic attributes, even if 3 of Zero Wing's main force members ganged up on one of the Flower of Seven Sins party leaders, they were powerless. The enemy neutralized their attacks, one after another. Meanwhile, if they were not careful and received an attack, they would instantly lose 1/3 of their HP. It was only a matter of time before they were defeated. Not to mention, the lava domain was also in effect, continuously reducing the HPs of Zero Wing's players. Surprisingly, Shadow Sword, Minor Wind, Flying Shadow, Turtledove, Cola, and Yi Wumian were able to exchange blow for blow with their assassin opponents, both their HPs and their enemies gradually decreasing. A small difference in HP might determine the outcome of their fights. Zero Wing is quite strong. Despite facing so many experts from the Flower of Seven Sins, they still fight so ferociously. If this were any other team, the Flower of Seven Sins would have defeated them by now, Yuan Tiexin, who watched the fight from afar, said in slight surprise. Unfortunately, Zero Wing will still go up in flames. Currently, aside from a few of Zero Wing's upper echelons holding their ground, it was only a matter of time before the others were defeated. If the battle dragged on, the ordinary main force members would fall. At that time, the assassins could corner Zero Wing's upper echelons. As they already had their hands full with their current opponents, facing more at once would be fatal. The other secret pavilion members nodded in agreement. However, they had to admit that Zero Wing's main force was indeed impressive. If they were in Zero Wing's place, the battle would end very quickly. Refinement Realm experts could alter their actions in such high-speed battles nimbly. However, ordinary experts could not. On the scorched battlefield, although the fights between Zero Wing's main force members and the Flower of Seven Sins assassins was exciting, the secret pavilion members focused on Shifeng's battle. After all, the title of One-Hit Azura was not just for show. To have earned his current reputation, Shifeng had killed many experts. However, in this war, Shifeng's opponent was even more extraordinary than he was. He fought the assassin's leader. This was a rare sight indeed. The Flower of Seven Sins sent you to lead the mission this time? Shifeng asked as he unsheathed his swords. He was utterly focused on the silver-robed man before him. Although the silver-robed man had not yet attacked, the cold killing intent he radiated caused Shifeng to shudder involuntarily. Shifeng felt as if his life were slipping away. It almost felt as if he were standing in the middle of a demonic beast's nest. Moreover, the silver-robed man's level and equipment quality were extremely high. Not only was the man a level 35 Berserker, but his equipment was also the dark gold set equipment meant for Berserkers, the Wind Frost set. The Wind Frost set focused on speed and strength. It was level 30 to level 40 equipment. It was a dark gold set that could improve as its wearer leveled. It was only second to a Tier 1 set equipment. As for the snow-white spear in the man's hands, although Shifeng had never seen it before, judging by the runes and weapon's elegance, it should be, at the very least, a top-tier dark gold weapon. That will depend on whether or not you qualify to know, the silver-robed man rebuked as he swung his spear. Suddenly, it seemed like his spear had transformed into 5 poisonous snakes that shot towards Shifeng. 1 spear, 5 transformations. Although there were only 5 spear images, these images' attack trajectories were both complex and varied. Even the middle-aged man could not predict the attacks, not to mention the attack trajectories. Seeing this, Shifeng abruptly retreated. Dang! Dang! Sparks scattered between the swordsman and the berserker. Such quick spearmanship. Shifeng could not help his surprise. Despite retreating as soon as he had noticed the attacks, the 5 spear images had appeared before him instantly. By the time he had reacted, although he had deflected 2 of the spear images with his swords, it had been too late to block the other 3 spears. He had no choice but to activate Defensive Blade to block the spears. Otherwise, with his attributes after activating the power of darkness, although the remaining spear images would not kill him instantly, they would destroy 1/3 of his HP. Due to the previous clash, Shifeng had gained a general understanding of just how powerful the silver-robed man was. Hence, he could predict the man's damage. You actually avoided my 1 spear, 5 transformations. You are worthy for me to take you seriously. The silver-robed man smiled. Suddenly, he launched another attack. This time, 6 spear images flew towards Shifeng. This attack was also much faster than the last. By the time Shifeng could react, the 6 spear images appeared before him. Despite having taken precautions, 3 of the 6 images struck Shifeng. Fortunately, Defensive Blade blocked the other 3. How are his attacks so fast? Shifeng could not help his surprise as he glanced at his opponent's spear. He had clearly predicted the man's general targets, yet by the time he had defended himself, the 6 spear images had arrived before him. It almost seemed as if the images had teleported. Despite predicting the trajectory of the attacks, his body could not keep up with the assassin's speed. This was the first time Shifeng had encountered such a situation. Logically, he should be much faster than the silver-robed man, yet the man's spear moved as if it had instantaneous movement. Even if he were faster, he could not keep up with the silver-robed man's spear attacks. With no other choice, Shifeng used Abyssal Bind. The 4-second binding gave him plenty of time to kill the silver-robed man several times over. However, as soon as the pitch-black chains emerged from the ground, the silver-robed man activated Wargod's radiance, a dazzling light shining from his body as he became immune to all control effects. Immediately after, 6 more spear images appeared before Shifeng, striking him. This time, Defensive Blade's block count was exhausted. The secret pavilion members watching from afar were dumbfounded. The silver-robed man's spear strikes were simply too fast. The attacks had completely surpassed the speed defined by the system. How could anyone dodge such attacks? How are that man's attacks so fast? Despite being the top genius of the secret pavilion's new generation, Cold Autumn was shocked as he watched the fierce battle. If he had to block the silver-robed man's attacks, he most likely would have died immediately after the battle had begun. Only Black Flame, with his lightning-fast swordsmanship, was barely capable of defending against 2 or 3 of those spear strikes. Anyone else would have died multiple times by now. Autumn, now you understand why I brought you all here to watch this battle, right? Yuan Tiexian asked, chuckling. The Apex experts you know of are only figureheads. This is a true Apex expert of the virtual gaming world. However, Black Flame's performance is just as impressive. 1 spear, 6 transformations is that man's specialty technique. Countless well-known experts have died against this move. I can count the number of experts who can block 2 or 3 strikes while in the flowing water realm on one hand. Now that Black Flame has used up all his life-saving skills, this fight should end very quickly. The silver-robed man executed 1 spear, 6 transformations once more. However, Shifeng suddenly closed his eyes. He saw nothing as he allowed the assassin to attack. Could he have given up already? The sudden development shocked the onlookers. With the spear moving so fast, if Shifeng did not rely on his sight to predict the silver-robed man's actions, how could he defend against the spear attacks? It seems the fight is over, Cold Autumn said, shaking his head. The 6 spear images pierced Shifeng's body. However, the instant the 6 spear images shot through Shifeng's body, another Shifeng appeared beside the silver-robed man. This other Shifeng swung down his abyssal blade. Dang! The clear ring of metal clashing with metal resounded throughout the battlefield. The silver-robed man was forced to retreat 3 steps before stabilizing himself. You actually dodged all of them. Shock appeared on the silver-robed man's face as he stared at the unharmed Shifeng with disbelief. Chapter 742, Deciding Strike. Shifeng's sudden evasion of the silver-robed man's 1 spear, 6 transformations left the secret pavilion members speechless. How did he do it? Cold Autumn's eyes widened as he stared at Shifeng, who still had his eyes closed. Shifeng had avoided that godlike spearmanship, which had been impossible to dodge with open eyes, with his eyes closed. This was simply inconceivable. Yuan Tiexian was similarly stunned. Black Flame really is surprising. I had never imagined he would see through Sky's 1 spear, 6 transformations so quickly, Yuan Tiexian exclaimed. Years ago, I suffered numerous losses against Sky's 1 spear, 6 transformations, yet Black Flame had seen through it after only a couple of attacks. Could he be a monster? The silver-robed man named Sky was one of the Flower of Seven Sins' veteran assassins. Many top-tier experts from super guilds had suffered immensely at Sky's hands. Sky had even killed many experts who had also stepped into the Void Realm. Only those at the Void Realm, who could exert their 5 senses to their limits and possessed rudimentary control over their surroundings, had the ability to block 1 spear, 6 transformations. Even Yuan Tiexian struggled to defend against 1 spear, 6 transformations while wielding 2 weapons. He could block 4 or 5 strikes at most. However, he was a shield warrior, so he had a much easier time defending against the spear strikes with a shield. Only, he would have a much harder time closing in on Sky. Of course, there were many skills in the game, such as wide-range attacks, that could neutralize such precision attacks. One could also distance themselves from Sky. After all, a berserker's attack range was only so far. Even a long spear would not increase one's attack range by much. However, in a close-quarters, high-speed battle like this, aside from the life-saving skills that one could activate with a thought, it was impossible to defend against Sky's attacks with skills. Skills generally required specific motions before activation. This would create a sense of disharmony in expert players. Their attacks using skills would not be as fast and natural as their normal attacks. Hence, this would reveal weak points that they did not normally possess. It was this reason precisely that experts in the refinement realm or above rarely used skills in close combat against other players, as it was highly possible that one weakness would spell their doom. Shifeng had yet to reach the Void Realm. However, without using any skills, he still managed to neutralize Sky's 1 spear, 6 transformations. This was the first time Yuan Tiexian had seen such an occurrence. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, after Sky calmed his slightly surprised heart, fighting spirit flared in his eyes. He began to execute 1 spear, 6 transformations once more. Sky executed his specialty technique numerous times in succession. Yet, Shifeng dodged all of his attacks with his eyes closed, launching a counterattack each time. Initially, Shifeng had only gotten 1 hit in during his counterattacks. Now he landed 2 hits. Although Sky had blocked every attack Shifeng had sent at him, he had received a lot of damage. Each one of Shifeng's attacks had dealt over -500 damage. Shifeng's strength was astonishing. In God's domain, the resulting impact as weapons clashed would offset the damage. If there were a significant difference between the combatant's strength, however, some damage would occur. However, this damage was usually so low that it was almost negligible. If the difference in the combatant's strengths was quite vast, the weaker side would receive significant damage, even if they blocked the attack successfully. Sky experienced this firsthand against Black Flame. His equipment had already reached the current peak among players in God's domain. He was also a Berserker, a class famed for its strength. The Berserk skill he had activated was even a strength-type Berserk skill. Yet, Shifeng's strength was still far above his own. This was the first time Sky had encountered such a situation. In terms of the strength attribute, even those monster-like players in God's domain could not overwhelm him like this. It no longer felt as if he fought another player. Instead, it felt more like he fought a humanoid lord-ranked monster. He received over -500 damage just by defending against attacks. His HP after activating his Berserk skill was only slightly more than 19,000. He had a limit to the number of times he could defend against Shifeng's attacks. Although Sky put in the utmost effort to dodge Shifeng's attacks, he discovered that he could not dodge any of them. Despite having relatively powerful control over his surroundings, Shifeng's attacks were simply too fast. Even though he could predict Shifeng's attack trajectories, he could barely defend himself. You really are amazing. It's no wonder why even Silver has noticed you. Glaring at Shifeng, Sky said in a low tone, I had intended to save this card for challenging Silver, but it seems that I have no choice but to try it on you. As soon as he said this, Sky's spear shot out and transformed into 9 spear images. 1 spear, 9 kills. This was currently the limit of Sky's abilities. Not only did this move have a greater range than 1 spear, 6 transformations, but it was also much faster. This time, Shifeng opened his eyes. Facing the sudden approach of the 9 spear images, rather than retreating, Shifeng moved forward to welcome the spears. Yuan Tiexin, who watched from afar, thought that Shifeng had lost his mind. Players, who knew of it, already avoided one spear, 6 transformations like the plague. On the other hand, one spear, 9 kills sent chills down even Yuan Tiexin's spine. Even if he could lift his shield in time, the spear images would, most likely, hit him. Yet, Shifeng had taken the initiative to welcome the spears. Did his success of neutralizing Sky's one spear, 6 transformations, make him overconfident? However, as Yuan Tiexin stood too far away from Shifeng, he did not notice the faint blue arcs of electricity circling Shifeng's body. This move was none other than killing Rei's second skill, Thunder God's Descent. Thunder God's Descent. Become immune to all control skills, movement speed and attack speed increased by 150%, damage increased by 50%, and all damage received decreased by 50% for 30 seconds. Cooldown 1 hour. In the next moment, numerous blue lights flashed. The lights deflected the spear images as they closed in on Shifeng. From an outsider's view, it looked as if the spear images had avoided Shifeng. Like a strong gale, Shifeng blasted through the 9 spear images and swept past Sky. Too fast for the naked eye to follow, killing Rei penetrated Sky's body. This had all happened in an instant. Before Sky even realized what had just happened, fountains of blood spurted from his body. His HP plummeted rapidly. In the blink of an eye, his 19,000 plus HP fell to 0. Sky's body thudded as it hit the ground. Shifeng's sudden attack had killed Sky, stunning everyone who watched. For a moment, only silence followed. What happened just now? How did he block the 9 spear images? Sky died. Questions filled the minds of the secret pavilion crowd. Despite their focus on Shifeng all this time, they had only seen Shifeng vanish and reappear. They had not noticed Shifeng draw his sword before Sky fell to the ground. None of them knew exactly what had just happened. Shifeng had clearly waged a bitter battle against Sky just moments ago. Yet, after a few exchanges, Shifeng had seen through and neutralized Sky's specialty technique. He even claimed Sky's life with a single move. This change had happened too fast. It was unbelievable. Uncle Yuan, do you know what happened just now? What did Black Flame do? Cold Autumn asked, practically shouting his question with bloodshot eyes. However, standing beside him, Yuan Tiexin's were just as wide, containing his own confusion. Chapter 743, 7 Sins Defeat. In Yuan Tiexin's eyes, although Shifeng was certainly strong, he was still no match for him. However, the swordsman's sudden performance had truly dumbfounded him. If Yuan Tiexin faced Sky's one spear, 6 transformations, he was only 50% certain of emerging victorious. However, against the one spear, 9 kills Sky had just displayed, Yuan Tiexin did not think he had any chance of victory. Yet, even after using one spear, 9 kills, Sky died after Shifeng's single strike. From the moment Shifeng moved to when he swung his sword, everything had happened all too quickly. Moreover, due to the distance between them, the battle had ended before Yuan Tiexin realized what had happened. Did any of you record this battle? Yuan Tiexin asked the several people behind him. They were staff from the secret pavilion's intelligence department. The magic mirror they held was a magical tool in God's domain that could record the scenes within a certain range. One could purchase a magic mirror from shops in the various major cities. However, they were extremely expensive. A basic magic mirror cost 3 gold. However, a basic magic mirror could record an area of 100 by 100 yards in a range of 4,000 yards for 2 hours. This item could easily allow the various large guilds to keep a record of certain battles. It was especially easy for players like them to get dragged into battles like this. Hence, they needed to maintain a certain distance from the battle. Although they could use binoculars to watch the fights, those items could not record the battles. Hence, magic mirrors were the best tools to gather information. After collecting the required data, one could research the information in detail. It was much easier than the system's recording function. We got everything. The intelligence agents nodded in reply. Good. Make a copy and send it to me later. Send a copy to the guild leader as well. Yuan Tiexin commanded seriously. For an expert like himself, nothing was more alluring than watching a battle between players of Shifeng's and Sky's standards. Moreover, Shifeng's performance was also mind-blowing. At this moment, Yuan Tiexing could not help but reconsider the relationship between the secret pavilion and Zero Wing. However, this decision would have to wait until after the war ended. Compared to the surprise the secret pavilion members had felt, the Flower of Seven Sins assassins were thunderstruck. Although Sky was not one of their upper echelons, his fame within the organization was resounding. Almost everyone had heard of him. Moreover, among the many Void Realm experts in the organization, Sky was the only expert capable of facing down Silver. Yet Black Flame, someone who was only slightly famous, had killed Sky. This was like watching an ant defeat a lion. It was inconceivable. Guild leader. When Fire Dance saw the assassin Pleiades freeze, she followed the assassin's gaze. Immediately, she discovered that Shifeng had claimed the assassin's team leader, and unconsciously, power welled up in her. Fire Dance wasn't the only one to react this way. Everyone from Zero Wing's main force also felt power flow into their bodies when they saw the Berserker on the ground. Although Zero Wing's main force had lost over a dozen members, this one death had far more of an impact than killing 3 or 4 of the Flower of Seven Sins party leaders. Hadn't the Flower of Seven Sins never failed a job? In the end, hadn't their strongest team leader still died under their guild leader's sword? Sky's death also caused the lava giant to disappear. Without the lava giant, the lava domain vanished as well. In the blink of an eye, the suppression on everyone from Zero Wing lifted, their attributes abruptly soaring. On the other hand, the 9-star polar domain still suppressed the Flower of Seven Sins assassins. Damn it! Sky actually died so quickly. Pleiades frowned as he turned to Fire Dance, whose attributes had been restored. He lost his prior composure. Initially, Fire Dance already had higher attributes than he did. He had only kept up with Fire Dance's attacks by relying on his accurate judgment. Now that Fire Dance had recovered her attributes while he was still hampered, dodging and blocking the woman's attacks became far more difficult. Whether it was Pleiades or the other members of the Flower of Seven Sins, they all had grimaced as they fought. Didn't you enjoy beating me up just now? Shadow Sword, who had less than half of his HP remaining, said as he smirked at a Refinement Realm level 34 Guardian Knight. His lips curling into a smile, Shadow Sword said, "It's my turn now." Saying so, Shadow Sword swung the blue fire double-edged sword violently and executed Whirlwind Slash. He was not the slightest bit afraid of revealing any weak points. Against absolute strength and speed, despite the level 34 Guardian Knight using his shield to defend against Shadow Sword's Whirlwind Slash, the impact forced him to retreat 6 steps, a damage of over -800 points appearing above his head. For a second there, he had nearly lost his balance. Shadow Sword immediately followed up with a series of violent slashes. Facing Shadow Sword's rapid barrage, the Guardian Knight had no choice but to raise his shield and defend himself. However, every time Shadow Sword struck his shield, he received over -200 damage, his body forced to retreat 1 step after another. He had no chances to counterattack. On Violet Cloud's side, the Astromancer was finally able to apply leverage. Activating Star's guidance, she sent the level 34 Berserker party leader, who chased after her, flying. Immediately after, she attacked with her mana balls. 30 mana balls appeared in the air around them. Although this attack was not as strong as the 36 mana balls she could summon after drinking the 100-berry wine, Violet Cloud was able to control the 30 mana balls with much greater precision. Moreover, due to her recovered attributes, the force her mana balls contained had also increased significantly. The Berserker party leader required his full might to block every mana ball. Otherwise, the balls would knock him back and reveal even more weak points. However, against the overwhelming power of the 30 mana balls, the Berserker party leader occasionally missed 2 or 3 mana balls, receiving around -500 to -600 damage. Without the suppression of Zero Wing's attributes, the battle immediately turned to Zero Wing's favor, whereas the Flower of Seven Sins were at a complete disadvantage. After killing Sky, Shifeng did not stop to pick up the loot the Berserker had dropped. Instead, he turned around and dashed for the Seven Sins party leader that posed the greatest threat to Zero Wing. These party leaders were all experts in the Flowing Water realm. Even if Zero Wing's main force members recovered their attributes, the party leaders were still a major threat. After Shifeng's attributes recovered, due to Thunder God's descent still being active, he became much faster. Although he was not as fast as when he had killed Sky, his speed was more than enough to deal with the Seven Sins party leaders. After appearing behind one of the party leaders, Shifeng executed Chop with his killing ray. A streak of blue light flashed. Minus 15,485. A bloody mark appeared on the Shield Warrior party leader. Only at this moment did the Shield Warrior's shield appear in Shifeng's trajectory. The Shield Warrior was slower than Shifeng's by a massive margin. Suddenly, the party leader, who had roughly 11,000 HP remaining, fell to the ground. Observers were, once again, rendered speechless. Shifeng's attack was simply too fast. Watching from afar, they had only seen a flash of blue light. They had not even seen his sword's afterimage before it struck his opponent. Just how was someone supposed to defend against such an attack? After just a short moment, 4 of the 7 Flower of Seven Sins party leaders had died at Shifeng's hands. Fire Dance, Violet Cloud, and Aqua Rose took care of the last 3. In the end, Zero Wing had annihilated the assassins from the Flower of Seven Sins. Chapter 744, Star Alliance's Defeat. As the Flower of Seven Sins came to an end, everyone watching from afar was dumbfounded. It was especially true for the Star Alliance's upper echelons. People in their position were very aware of how terrifying the Flower of Seven Sins was. The Flower of Seven Sins was an organization that had killed the upper echelons of super guilds countless times, invoking the super guild's wrath. However, none of those guilds could do anything to the assassin organization. Until this day, the Flower of Seven Sins had never failed a job. Yet now this legend shattered. The most incredulous aspect was that it had been an upstart guild that broke the legend. How can this be? Red Feather's eyes widened, and he clenched his fists as he stared at the corpses of the Seven Sins scattered across the ground. The Flower of Seven Sins had been their final trump card against Zero Wing. Now that the assassins had been wiped out, how were they supposed to deal with Zero Wing's upper echelons? Any expert could take advantage of the narrow terrain to exert their strength, not to mention Black Flame, who could instant kill the Flower of Seven Sins team leader. With Black Flame's strength, he could slaughter elite players without wasting much stamina. He only needed 1 hit for each kill. If they relied on Zerg tactics to kill Black Flame, just how many elite players would they need to sacrifice? Not to mention, the Tier 3 demon was still alive and kicking. It was practically impossible to annihilate Zero Wing's main force here with just 20,000 elite players. Guild leader, the Flower of Seven Sins members have been wiped out. What should we do now? Unsure himself, Red Feather quickly decided to report to Galaxy Past. What? Galaxy Past was momentarily stunned when he received the news. For a second, he even thought Red Feather was joking. However, Red Feather would never joke so distastefully in such a dire situation like this. His expression turning serious, Galaxy Past asked, "How many people does Zero Wing have left? Is Black Flame dead?" The Flower of Seven Sins' strength was absolute. Even if Zero Wing's main force were impressive, they would not walk away unharmed. If Zero Wing's main force had suffered severe casualties, then they could rely on their elite army to swarm their remaining enemies. Without any commanders, Zero Wing's army would into disarray and morale would drop sharply. It would be significantly easier to take out Zero Wing's elite army without its leaders. They have 76 people remaining. Black Flame is still alive, Red Feather hurriedly reported after glancing at Zero Wing's members, who were still within the magic array. Galaxy Past's surprise escalated. "Are you sure?" Galaxy Past asked once more. The Flower of Seven Sins had dispatched 50 of its top-tier assassins. Every one of these assassins was an expert that struck fear into one's heart. Even Galaxy Past himself was not sure that he could escape should any one of these experts come for his life. How is it possible that this team of assassins had only claimed slightly over 20 Zero Wing lives? Galaxy Past had a very clear understanding of the strength of Zero Wing's main force. Aside from the few very strong upper echelons, most of them were subpar. Galaxy Past was even confident he could face several of them at once. Guild leader, how could I mistake something like this? For a time, even Red Feather was at a loss. Hurriedly, he said, all of Zero Wing's upper echelons are still alive. Only a few core members died. That Tier 3 demon has also broken out of its magical imprisonment and has begun to attack our people. When Galaxy Past heard this, his brain stopped functioning. Since when was Zero Wing so powerful? Against the Flower of Seven Sins' 50-man assassin team, Zero Wing had actually emerged victorious, losing only a few unimportant members. Guild leader, what should we do now? Do we fight or retreat? Red Feather asked anxiously as he watched the Tier 3 demon slaughter his elite members. Black Flame, we will retreat. Only after a long moment did Galaxy Past finally decide. When he uttered the word retreat, he sounded as if he had been sapped of all of his energy. How many years had it been? Galaxy Past had long since forgotten the feeling of defeat. However, today he had been reminded of the taste. This taste made him very uncomfortable. Ever since the Star Alliance had fallen into his control, the guild had only lost to super guilds and super first-rate guilds. The Star Alliance had never lost to anything less. Yet now, the Star Alliance he commanded had been beaten into submission by an upstart guild. This blow was many times more humiliating than suffering defeat at the hands of those super guilds. A Tier 3 demon was the equivalent of a great lord. Galaxy Past knew the strength of a great lord quite well. Otherwise, he would not have paid such a large price to purchase a Tier 3 summoning scroll from a super guild. At this stage of a game, having a great lord on one's side could reduce one's losses significantly while dealing a devastating blow to the enemy. With 2 Tier 3 summoning scrolls, they thought they had this war in the bag. However, Galaxy Past had never imagined that an energy pulse attack would eliminate both of their great lords. They had no way to deal with a Tier 3 demon. If they did not retreat, they would only suffer more casualties. After Red Feather heard Galaxy Past's command, his downcast expression became even more gloomy. However, he still gave the order to retreat. Meanwhile, standing on a nearby mountaintop, the secret pavilion members were engaged in a heated discussion over this war between the Star Alliance and Zero Wing. Guild leader Black Flame is too powerful. The way he killed that team leader from the Flower of Seven Sins was just too cool. I wonder what sort of training Black Flame used to get to his level. Even after watching the battle so many times, I only caught a glimpse of Black Flame's figure. I couldn't even see the afterimage of his attack. Uncle Yuan would most likely last only a few moves against Black Flame. What do you even know? Uncle Yuan is powerful. Of course, he could block Black Flame's attack. But Black Flame's attack speed is so high. Who could possibly defend against his attack? Among the secret pavilion's trainees, many had renewed their impressions of Zero Wing. They were no longer arrogant when talking about Zero Wing. Unconsciously, they had gone from calling the swordsman Black Flame to calling him Guild Leader Black Flame. However, a few youths among them were still unsatisfied. There is no need to argue. I am not a match for Black Flame. Or to put it in another way, only those few monstrous players can contend with Black Flame now, Yuan Tiexin said suddenly. He could not help but laugh at everyone's conversation. Autumn, what did you think of this fight? Yuan Tiexin asked the silent Cold Autumn. Cold Autumn was the top genius among the Secret Pavilion's new generation. The youth had joined the Secret Pavilion's secret training program a year ago. He was only 17 years old, yet he had already become the Pavilion's star pupil. He had already reached the half-step refinement realm and was only a thread away from truly entering the refinement realm. He could break through at any time. Initially, Yuan Tiexin had brought Cold Autumn and the other trainees here to teach them not to be too arrogant, showing them that there were many experts in the virtual gaming world. He had also wanted to show them a true monster. Unfortunately, Silver had not made an appearance this time. However, their gains from watching the battle between Sky and Black Flame should be sufficient. Yuan Tiexin had even hoped to see a confrontation between Black Flame and Silver. Just what kind of outcome would such a battle yield? Black Flame is very strong. With my current strength, I am no match for him, the prideful Cold Autumn admitted softly. However, I will continue to work hard. Sooner or later, I will surpass him. Haha, that's right. This is the sort of mindset you must possess. It seems that this trip here has not been a waste at all. Yuan Tiexin nodded with satisfaction. Suddenly, he heard the ring of his communicator, surprising him. After all, this was a call from none other than the Secret Pavilion's guild leader. Chapter 745, Eternally Remembered Strike. After Red Feather gave the order, The elite army the Star Alliance had sent to deal with Zero Wing's main force retreated, leaving behind only a small squadron to deal with the battle demon. The elite legions of the Star Alliance and the various large guilds, which fought elsewhere on the battlefield, also began to retreat, preparing to leave the Stoneclaw Mountains. "It's too late to retreat now," Shifeng sneered as he swept his gaze across the fleeing Star Alliance army. Immediately, he sent a command through the guild chat, saying, "All elite legions, activate the 9-star polar domain magic array." There was why Shifeng had previously split Zero Wing's army into 10 separate elite legions. The Stoneclaw Mountains' outer region was vast. However, there were only 10 paths that led to the dungeon's teleportation array. As soon as the war began, Shifeng had used the guild war order to seal off the Stoneclaw Mountains. Any player within could not escape with a return scroll. The only way to leave the dungeon was by using the teleportation array. There were 2 methods of using magic arrays in God's domain. The first method used a magic array aggressively to suppress the enemy. The second use was defensive. Due to the unique characteristics of barrier magic arrays, once these magic arrays were activated, enemies trapped inside the barrier could not leave. Similarly, nobody would be able to enter the barrier unless they destroyed the magic array itself. However, it was not easy to destroy a magic array. A lot of time was required to do so. Attacks from outside the array would be weakened. Normally, it was much easier to destroy a magic array from inside. The 9-star polar domain was no exception. Hence, Shifeng had sent Zero Wing's 10 elite legions to guard the 10 paths. When the elite legions activated their 9-star polar domain magic array, they would prevent the Star Alliance and other large guilds from leaving the Stoneclaw Mountains. They could then take the opportunity to gain more from this war. With Shifeng's command, the barrier parties mobilized, every one of them revealing the 9-star polar domain magic scroll they had held on to all this time. As the 90 players unfurled the magic scrolls in their hands, 10 massive magic arrays suddenly appeared above the battlefield, enveloping a large portion of the battlefield and sealing all exits out of the Stoneclaw Mountains. "What's going on? Why have my attributes decreased? Damn it, I don't even have 6,000 HP right now." The various guilds' elite members, who had forced Zero Wing's elite legions into a constant retreat, suddenly discovered something amiss. Their attributes had decreased by 40%. Their attacks could not cause any significant damage to Zero Wing's elite members at all. In contrast, Zero Wing's elite members, whose attributes remained unchanged, could finish them off with just a few hits. Suddenly, Zero Wing's enemies began to panic. Although the players caught outside the magic array tried to help and constantly attacked the barrier with spells, the effect of their attacks were minimal. The magical class players maintaining the 9-star polar domain did not lose much mana from their attacks at all. "It's our turn now." Seeing the various guilds panicking elites, Zero Wing's elite members rushed forward to resolve the battle. Originally, they had needed roughly 4 or 5 attacks to defeat their enemies. Now they only needed 2 or 3 hits to do so. On the other hand, their enemies now required roughly 8 or 9 hits to kill them. The battle was one-sided. Moreover, the 9-star polar domain magic array was like a knife at their throats. The magic arrays had cut off their retreat. Aqua, use the mana pulse cannon to support the legions. Everyone else, guard the cannon and clean up the battlefield. After Shifeng issued his commands, he activated Wind Rider and flew down the mountain. The 9-star polar domain would not hold the Star Alliance and its allies for long. The various large guilds would escape by the time the battle demon reached them. However, if he killed his enemy's commanders, the remaining elite players would run like a headless chicken. He would significantly reduce the elite army's momentum, earning more time for his army. "Someone's flying towards us," the retreating Star Alliance members suddenly shouted as they glanced towards the sky. Everyone turned to see the flying figure. "Black Flame. It's Black Flame." As the figure approached, the elites recognized Zero Wing's guild leader. "Charging at us alone? Do you really think the Star Alliance is that easy to bully?" Red Feather also noticed Shifeng rapidly approach their army. He bellowed, "Ranged players, shoot him down. Anyone who kills Black Flame will be rewarded with a set of top-tier equipment, 500 gold, and a promotion to core member." A first-rate guild had many members. However, only a few could become core members. Without extremely powerful combat skills, becoming one of the guild's elites was generally their limit. Meanwhile, there was a qualitative difference between the treatment an elite member received and what the core members enjoyed. Not only did core members have priority on good equipment, but they also received a bountiful salary each month. One could earn far more credits as a core member than they could as at an office job in a large corporation. One could say that core members were considered formal internal staff in a first-rate guild, while an elite was merely external staff. The benefits were on a completely different level. Black Flame die. The Star Alliance's elites shouted excitedly. Thousands of ranged players began casting their spells and knocking their arrows as they awaited Shifeng's arrival. As Shifeng grew closer to the elite army, spells and arrows began to fly towards him. However, with Wind Rider's speed increase, Shifeng had little trouble evading the spells and arrows. Moreover, as these elite players launched their attacks based on their predictions of Shifeng's movement, he only needed to fly out of range to avoid the attacks. Like this, Shifeng advanced effortlessly, weaving his way through the rain of spells and arrows. From afar, it seemed as if Shifeng danced amidst the countless spells and arrows. As a result of his frightening speed, Shifeng left behind one afterimage after another, confusing the Star Alliance's elites. None of them could follow Shifeng's movements. Seeing Shifeng approach, instead of being affected by Shifeng's frightening momentum, Red Feather sneered as he took out a Crimson Tier 2 magic scroll from his bag. Black Flame, you're the one who will die today. Red Feather acknowledged that none of his own spells would land on the fast-moving Shifeng. However, the Tier 2 magic scroll he held was a different story. Tier 2 spell, Holy Spears of Flame. Suddenly, 36 flame spears appeared around Red Feather, the scorching fire increasing the surrounding temperature. Black Flame, turn to ash. Red Feather waved his staff when he saw that there were only 30 yards left between him and Shifeng. The 36 flame spears transformed into streams of light as they shot towards Shifeng. The flame spears were much faster than Shifeng, taking only an instant to cross the 30 yards. The flame spears blocked any path of escape, giving Shifeng no room to dodge. Meanwhile, the Holy Spears of Flame was an unblockable sacred spell. Every spear rivaled a Lord-ranked monster's power. It was an extremely powerful spell. Just as the spears were about to strike Shifeng, he suddenly disappeared. None of the flame spears hit their mark. You! Before Red Feather could react, he discovered Shifeng in front of him. Blue arcs of electricity circled Shifeng's body, crackling as they sparked. Tier 2 taboo skill, Instant Strike. Shifeng's figure dashed past Red Feather, leaving behind a blue afterimage that remained for a relatively long time. Red Feather fell to the ground, his body lying motionless. His HP, which had been over 8,000, dropped to nothing. Meanwhile, Shifeng's figure had long since departed, leaving the Star Alliance elites in a daze. They would carry this scene forever in their minds. While thousands of players bombarded him with attacks, Shifeng had managed to kill Red Feather with one hit. All they could do was stare at Shifeng's back as he departed. Chapter 746, Breaking Through Flowing Water. The retreating elite members weren't the only ones who saw Shifeng kill Red Feather. The secret pavilion members, who had been preparing to depart from the battlefield, also saw the attack. With a flash of blue light, the battle had been over. No one from the secret pavilion understood what had just happened. Despite the thousands of elite players and Red Feather's Tier 2 magic scroll, Shifeng had killed Red Feather instantly and left without so much as a scratch. It was simply inconceivable. Shifeng's attack was even faster than the one he had used to kill Sky. Who could possibly contend with that kind of speed? Black Flame was still hiding his strength when he faced Sky. Yuan Tiexin was shocked. As for the secret pavilion's trainees, everyone was speechless, chills crawling down their spines. Ordinary elite members might not have caught the crucial moment of the fight, but they had seen it. Rather than his dodging capabilities, the speed of Black Flame's attack had been truly frightening. They had only seen Black Flame brush past Red Feather. None of them had seen Black Flame's sword leave its sheath. They stood too far away, so they had not been able to see the attack too clearly. However, Red Feather had taken the hit personally. He should have seen Black Flame's technique clearly. Moreover, due to God's domain, both ordinary players and experts' sharp intuition had improved significantly. In the moment of death, this wildlike intuition could allow them to evade attacks. Expert players, in particular, had an easier time and a higher chance to evade. Red Feather was an expert ranked on the God's Domain Experts list, which the Secret Pavilion published. His strength was extraordinary. Although he had yet to reach the half-step refinement realm, he possessed bountiful combat experience with very high basic attributes to back it up. His ability to respond to danger was first class among experts. Even Cold Autumn, a genius proclaimed by the Secret Pavilion, might not be as good as Red Feather in this aspect. Yet, an expert with such fast reactions had not reacted in the least when Black Flame had attacked him. It was as if Red Feather's intuition had vanished during that moment. Only when he had died did he realize that he had been struck. This was the cause behind the Secret Pavilion members' shudders. Although the attack speed Black Flame displayed when he faced Sky had been astounding, their eyes had only failed to keep up with Black Flame's sword. Now, however, they had not even realized when Black Flame had attacked. They had only seen the streak of rapidly dissipating blue light. Meanwhile, Shifeng, who had already pulled away from the elite army, was not particularly satisfied with his performance. Sure enough, it won't be easy to replicate that sensation again. After killing Red Feather, Shifeng recalled the move he used to kill Sky. The principle behind one spear, 6 transformations was similar to his void steps. One spear, 6 transformations was a technique that used special attack methods to overload the opponent's brain with complex information, causing their brain to ignore this information, not allowing them to perceive the attack. Only when the spear truly threatened their life would their brain dispel this ignorance. However, at that point, the spears were already under their noses, and it was too late to react. Even with his advantage of attributes, Shifeng could barely block 2 or 3 spear images. It was practically impossible to block all 6. Shifeng was only able to employ such a technique with his body. However, Sky could employ the technique on his attacks. It was astounding. The body's movement speed was far inferior to its attack speed. Hence, it was exponentially more difficult to employ such a technique with one's attacks. Moreover, for this kind of technique, the faster it was, the more difficult the technique was to use. One was required to carry out a series of complex motions within an extremely short period to execute the technique. Only with overly complex information would the brain refuse to accept the image, choosing to ignore it. As someone who had a profound understanding of this technique, Shifeng had no choice but to close his eyes and shut out all visual information. Instead, he chose to rely on his other sensory organs, his wealth of combat experience, and his sharp intuition to dodge Sky's one spear, 6 transformations. With his absolute advantage regarding attributes, it was possible. If he maintained a distance of roughly 1 yard away from Sky's attack range and evaded the instant he sensed the Berserker's spear displace the air around him, he would have sufficient time to dodge the incoming attacks. This was precisely the reason that Shifeng had avoided Sky's aggressive attacks while launching his own counterattack. In a battle between experts, it was extremely dangerous to shut out one's visual sense because, among a person's 5 senses, one's sight absorbed the most information. Ordinary players relied on sight the most. If a player lost their sight, they would be crippled, wounding their combat power. However, while Shifeng had closed his eyes and evaded Sky's one spear, 6 transformations, he discovered that his perception of the world had changed. Without his sight, his concentration had focused on his surroundings. He no longer focused on his enemy. When he faced the threat of death, he discovered that his perception had become much clearer than before. Although he had not been able to see Sky's movements, he had sensed the spear's position, which allowed him to have an increasingly easy time to dodge the Berserker's attacks. Finally, when Sky executed one spear, 9 kills, Shifeng realized what the Void Realm actually was. At that moment, it was as if his environment were a part of his body. It felt like the martial arts concept of harmony between man and nature. At that moment, Sky's spear ceased to confuse him. In the end, Shifeng had opened the last door of the realms of refinement. Void Realm. After reaching the Void Realm, Shifeng could see the general attack range of one spear, 9 kills with a single glance. Hence, Shifeng brandished Killing Ray to block every single strike. If comparing attack speed, Shifeng, who had activated Thunder God's Descent, could not lose. However, when Shifeng landed the final strike against Sky, he noticed a crack in space. He unconsciously swung Killing Ray along that space. By the time he was aware of what was happening, Sky was already on the ground. When he had killed Red Feather, however, he had not been able to relive that sensation. Only the bonus speed that instant strike provided was simply astonishing, so much so that Red Feather could not react to his attack. Hence, Sherfong was somewhat dissatisfied with this result. After Sherfong killed Red Feather's elite army fell into a turmoil. None of the elites knew what to do. Moreover, after watching Sherfeng's performance, many of them were scared witless as they scattered. If killing Red Feather generated such a result, Sherfong could not let the other Legion commanders off the hook. On top of his own battles, Sherfong directed the Battle Demon to kill the Star Alliance and their allies' commanders. Very quickly, chaos broke out on the battlefield. Damn that Black Flame. He is trying to wipe us out. After receiving the reports from the Star Alliance's various elite legions, even if Galaxy Past were a fool, he understood Sherfeng's goal. He then looked at the map of the Stoneclaw Mountains and said through the guild chat, "Everyone, gather at the northwest mountain path. We'll break through as one." With mayhem overwhelming the battlefield, breaking through multiple exits would be too time-consuming. They would only play into Sherfeng's hands if they did so. Hence, Galaxy Past chose to gather the Star Alliance's army at the nearest exit path, focusing their power into a single point. With this, they could smash through Zero Wing's defense. A moment later, under Galaxy Past's command, the Star Alliance's elite army gathered at the northwest mountain path and began to attack the 9-star polar domain madly. Despite Zero Wing's elite members retaliating, the effect was minimal. The 9 players maintaining the magic array lost their mana rapidly. After a few minutes, the 9-star polar domain shattered. The Star Alliance members rejoiced. "Huh, isn't that Black Flame?" "It's not just Black Flame. Isn't that Fire Dance and Aqua Rose beside him?" When the magic array shattered, the players from the Star Alliance with sharp eyesight discovered Black Flame and Zero Wing's main force members in the middle of the mountain path. Their expressions sank instantly. Chapter 747, Harvest of the War. Everyone had seen for themselves what kind of powerhouse Sherfong was. Despite watching from afar, they could not stop their shudder. The fact that Sherfong was able to kill Red Feather, while surrounded by thousands of elite players, and leave unharmed showed them that their lives were in Sherfeng's hands. If Sherfong wanted to take any life here, nobody could stop him. It was precisely this reason that kept the various players from the Star Alliance from rejoicing when they shattered the 9-star polar domain. Right now, they only felt fear. Every one of them froze. None have dared to move forward by a single step. One man had deterred an elite army of tens of thousands. Moreover, this was no ordinary elite army. It was the elite army from the Star Alliance, a first-rate guild. Every elite member was level 32 or above. In the eyes of ordinary players, they were all experts. Yet, against Sherfeng's might, these experts lost the will to fight. Furthermore, Sherfong had many famous experts standing with him. Whether it was Fire Dance, Aqua Rose, and the other upper echelons of Zero Wing, each one of them was even more famous than their guild leader, Galaxy Past. Moreover, they all possessed dazzling battle records. Chances were that Zero Wing's upper echelons were stronger than their guild leader. How were they supposed to face these monsters? Zero Wing loomed in front of them. Behind them, Ouroboros waited. The Star Alliance army was stuck between a rock and a hard place. Zero Wing only has several hundred people guarding the exit. So what if Zero Wing's main force has joined the fray? Do they really think they can stop our 50,000-strong elite army? Galaxy Past suddenly shouted, "All of you charge. Wipe them out." Galaxy Past's words jerked everyone out of their daze. Although Zero Wing had a Tier 3 demon, they had barrier scrolls, which could suppress it. Dealing with Zero Wing's several hundred members would be a piece of cake. Even if Sherfong were more powerful and could kill a player with every attack, even if everyone let him, it would take a very long time to kill 10,000 players, not to mention 50,000. Suddenly, the Star Alliance members swarmed towards Sherfong. The players from Zero Wing felt their hearts race as they watched the tide of players surging towards them. They only had several hundred players on their side. Although their guild's main force had arrived to assist them, it was impossible to hold off 50,000 players. Even lasting for a short time would be impressive. After all, battles between players demanded an extremely heavy burden of one's stamina. Without stamina, even the strongest expert would fall under an ordinary player's blade. However, as soon as the Star Alliance's elites closed in, dozens of intermediate frost grenades exploded among the crowd, freezing the mountain path and decorating it with hundreds of ice sculptures. As soon as they appeared, these ice sculptures shattered and disappeared. Naturally, Shifeng knew that it was impossible for several hundred players to hold off an army of 50,000. However, the frost grenades could delay the elite army for long enough for Ouroboros's army to arrive. Each main force member carried 100 intermediate frost grenades and 10 advanced frost grenades, which were significantly more powerful than intermediate frost grenades. With the main force's strength and the large stock of frost grenades, it was child's play to hold back the Star Alliance's army until Ouroboros arrived. Black Flame. Galaxy Pass gnashed his teeth as the frost grenades appeared once more. At this point, the fearsome might of the frost grenades had embedded itself into everyone's minds. Previously, Zero Wing's elite legions had damaged the various large guilds significantly with these frost grenades. To deplete Zero Wing's supply, the various guilds had sacrificed a large chunk of their armies. If the Star Alliance showed its fear and halted its rampant assault, Zero Wing wouldn't need to waste their grenades to buy time. However, if the guild proceeded, it would pay a horrific price. "Guild leader, are we continuing the charge or not?" one of the Star Alliance's commanders asked. "Charge. I refuse to believe that Zero Wing has that many tools." Galaxy Past shouted, a chill running through his troops. Neither advancing nor retreating was a good option. Hence, even if he knew that they would slam into a brick wall, they needed to charge past Zero Wing's blockade. If they waited until Ouroboros's army arrived, none of them would leave this place alive. Suddenly, the Star Alliance launched a full charge. Zero Wing's main force, who were throwing frost grenades, had nearly buckled under the flood. The Star Alliance's assault was fierce. These players showed zero regard for their lives as they pushed forward. Many MTs activated all of their life-saving skills, significantly increasing their maximum HP and reducing the damage they took. The intermediate frost grenades were already half as effective against players. Now its damage reduced by another half. At this moment, each intermediate frost grenade only dealt around -200 damage to the Alliance's MTs. With over 14,000 HP, not even 60 or 70 intermediate frost grenades would be enough to kill them. As a result, Zero Wing's 70-plus main force members threw their grenades as fast as they could, barely holding off the assault. As Shifeng charged towards the Star Alliance's army, he upgraded the 7 Luminaries' Ring's Aura of Fire to level 9. As a result, Shifeng's level fell from 38 to 37. However, the Aura of Flame's activatable skill, Firestorm, instantly improved. Previously, the skill only inflicted 1000% damage within a range of 30 by 30 yards for 6 seconds and had a cooldown of 5 minutes. After its upgrade, it inflicted 1200% damage within a range of 45 by 45 yards for 6 seconds with a cooldown of 5 minutes. Although upgrading the skill by 2 levels did not increase its damage by much, the skill's range had increased by 1.5 times. The skill could now cover over half of the mountain path. Suddenly, an inferno roared in the middle of the mountain path, transforming the frozen land into a scorching hell. Even an MT who had activated all of their life-saving skills only lasted 2 seconds inside this inferno. 6 seconds later, the smoke cleared to reveal a large area empty of players but littered with weapons and equipment. The dropped items nearly formed a small mountain. The least valuable items were level 25 mysterious iron equipment. It was mainstream equipment for God's Domain players right now, and each piece could sell for at least 40 or 50 silver. Meanwhile, nearly 5,000 pieces of equipment decorated the ground. Most of it had dropped from players who died under the frost grenade assault. Converted to coins, the equipment was worth at least 2,500 gold. Meanwhile, this harvest had only required a brief moment of effort. Shifeng also collected plenty of immortal souls. Despite a limit of 10 yards, Shifeng still managed to collect several hundred immortal souls. If he collected 10,000 souls, he would qualify to establish his own city. A city was different from a town. A town's location was predetermined by the system. On the other hand, players could choose where they wished to build their city. Moreover, after capturing a town, one had to reconstruct the town from scratch, developing it into a city slowly. The time involved was long. On the other hand, the Sherlin's quest would reward Sherfong with the qualifications to construct a city. Before him was the perfect chance to complete this quest. There were 2 conditions to collect immortal souls. The first condition was the limit of 10 yards. The second was the level limit. There could not be more than 5 levels between Sherfong and his prey. Currently, the Star Alliance's elites were at least level 32. Meanwhile, Sherfong was now level 37. It just so happened that he could absorb all of their immortal souls. If he missed this opportunity, he would not find one like it again. There weren't enough people before. Now that so many are here, I should get enough immortal souls. Sherfong could not help his smile as he looked towards the distant galaxy past. Retrieving a blue magic scroll from his bag, he activated Wind Rider and dashed towards the guild leader. Chapter 748. One Man's Strength. When the firestorm swept through the land, it turned the mountain path into a river of fire. Watching the players inside the fire turn to ash horrified everyone. This spell sure is scary. Luckily, I wasn't with the front line. A level 32 shield warrior in silver heavy armor gulped as he watched the flames in front of him. He had only been a thread away from losing his life. Had he taken another step forward, he would have died like the Guardian Knight who had been in front of him a second ago. The Guardian Knight had over 12,000 HP and had Protection Blessing and Magic Resistance aura activated. The Guardian Knight had even received a Truth Shield from a Cleric and a Defense Blessing from an Oracle. Yet, said Guardian Knight still evaporated in a matter of seconds. Huh, someone's heading this way? The heavy-armored shield warrior suddenly discovered a figure charging straight for him. Someone actually dares to face us alone. Brothers, let's *CK him up. A level 32 Berserker snarled as he raised his heavy sword. The Berserker immediately received an enthusiastic response from his companions. They all took up a stance to welcome the approaching enemy. After the enemy toyed with them using the frost grenades, resentment filled these players' hearts. Now that a fool charged at them blindly, this was the perfect chance to let off some steam. The heavy-armored shield warrior squinted, trying to see the figure hidden in the smoke. When he glimpsed Sherfang's general appearance, he shouted, terrified, "Wait, I think that's Black Flame." The dozen or so berserkers and shield warriors who had activated charge could not help their shock. However, as they had already activated their skills and were only a dozen or so yards away from Sherfong, retreat was no longer an option. Every one of them hardened their resolve as they aimed their most powerful skills at Sherfong. To Sherfong, however, these berserkers and shield warriors' attack speeds were simply too low. Moreover, these dozen or so players had already entered Sherfang's range. Now that Sherfong was in the Void Realm, his perception allowed him to see the attack trajectories of these dozen or so players with a single glance. Suddenly, Sherfang's footwork changed. Like a cool breeze, he swept through the pincer attack. As he passed these players, the killing ray in his hand left behind several streaks of dazzling blue light on their bodies. On the other hand, none of the enemy's swords and sabers even touched Sherfong. In seconds, over a dozen plate armor classes died, each dropping a weapon or piece of equipment as they fell to the ground. Over a dozen immortal souls flowed into the marking on Sherfang's hand. If these people had known that the players who Sherfong killed would lose their immortal souls, not being able to log into the game for a few days, in addition to the usual level and skill proficiency loss, they probably would have sacrificed themselves to the river of fire before letting Sherfong get near them. How is this even possible? Everyone from the Star Alliance, who watched from a short distance away, were dumbfounded as Sherfong finished off over a dozen players in a matter of seconds. They felt a weight that they had never experienced pressing down on them, their breathing growing haggard as a result. Previously, they merely thought that Sherfong was amazing and powerful. However, this kind of power was somewhat illusory for them. They did not fully understand it. However, only after facing this power themselves did they realize how massive a gap there was between them and Sherfong. Now that they realized Sherfang's true power, they nearly lost their grip on their weapons from fear. And although they tried to move, neither their hands nor their feet responded. Suddenly, everyone thought that their previous idea of overwhelming Shifeng with numbers was childish. By the time they returned to their senses, Shifeng had appeared right before them. In the next moment, numerous streaks of blue light bloomed on their bodies. There sure are a lot of people. As Shifeng glanced at the crowd of Star Alliance members blocking his way, he lifted Killing Ray and slashed downwards. Thundering flash. Suddenly, several lightning strikes slithered towards the Star Alliance players, leaving behind dazzling electric arcs in the air. With a single move, Shifeng gained dozens of immortal souls and cleared a path for himself. By the time the Star Alliance members reacted and tried to surround and contain Shifeng, he had already dashed into the crowd and began a slaughter. Chop! Earth Splitter. Thunder Flame Explosion. Skywheel Sword. Shifeng leisurely harvested the Star Alliance's lives, one after another. Despite the elite members throwing all sorts of control skills at Shifeng, who had activated the aura of space, none of these control skills had taken effect. As for the various attacks sent at him, with his movement speed, none of them even came close to hitting him. Frequently, onlookers watched bodies soar into the air, hitting the ground with a thud far from the Star Alliance's elite army. Those who watched were stupefied. Not only had Shifeng's onslaught slowed the Star Alliance's offensive, but he had also killed a large fraction of the Star Alliance's elites. Shifeng was unstoppable as he rushed through the Star Alliance's army. As Zero Wings members watched the slaughter, their fighting spirits burned within them as they joined the offensive. He's so strong. Black Flame can actually hold off the Star Alliance's assault by himself? Is he even a player? The players from the secret pavilion watching from afar were stunned. Shifeng's astonishing performance even aroused many of the pavilion's female players. Despite being surrounded by enemies, not only did Shifeng's rampage continue without pause, but he was also able to evade everyone's attacks in the limited space. This feat was immensely difficult. The secret pavilion's experts were quite confident that they could handle 100 elite players by themselves. During the battle, they would try to choose the most favorable terrain for their fights, using it to funnel their opponents, limiting the number they had to face at a single time. This way, they would have a much easier time defending against and dodging attacks. However, when the enemy surrounded them, the difficulty of defending and dodging increased exponentially. They would most likely last only a moment before they died. Even Cold Autumn, who was known as a genius of the new generation, would be lucky if he lasted even 20 seconds. However, Shifeng had already lasted over a minute. Moreover, he had yet to receive any damage. Black Flame. Complex emotions filled Galaxy Past's heart as he watched Shifeng. The Star Alliance's overall strength had clearly surpassed Zero Wings by a large margin. The Alliance had even received assistance from various guilds. They had amassed a force that not even Zero Wing and Ouroboros combined could defeat. Yet, at the end of the day, he never would have imagined that. In this war, involving hundreds of thousands of elite players, Zero Wing grasped the outcome, dominating simply because they had Shifeng on their side. It should have been impossible for a single player to change the outcome of a major guild war. Yet at this moment, that is exactly what had happened. Moreover, this domination occurred right before his very eyes. This will end now. Killing intent flashed in Galaxy Past's eyes as he lifted his greatsword and charged at Shifeng, shouting, "Everyone, attack him as one." Even Twilight Echo's guild leader, Glorious Echo, took action. Over 100 experts also circled to Shifeng's back stealthily. Chapter 749, Wargod Possession. Galaxy Past finally can endure it. Yuan Tiexin could not help but smile as he watched Galaxy Past, who rushed at Shifeng. Although it was impossible for Shifeng to wipe out the Star Alliance's army, even if Galaxy Past let the swordsman be, doing so would wound the Alliance's morale severely. If Galaxy Past did not stop Shifeng's unrestrained slaughter, the elite members' opinions of their guild might hit rock bottom. When Ouroboros' army arrived, the Star Alliance would truly be finished. However, with this opportunity, Yuan Tiexin would finally see Shifeng's limits. During the battles against Sky and Red Feather, Shifeng had shown rapid improvements to his combat power. Initially, Yuan Tiexin merely thought that Shifeng's stunning performances against Sky and Red Feather were a result of his overwhelming attributes. However, after seeing Shifeng last so long while surrounded by elites, yet not receiving any damage. This was no longer a matter of superior attributes. Without stepping into the void realm, which allowed one to perceive one's environment as if it were a part of their own body, it was impossible to dodge so many spell and arrow attacks coming from behind accurately. Yuan Tiexin suddenly realized something that made his skin crawl. The secret pavilion had collected plenty of information regarding Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame. Yuan Tiexin himself had read the reports on Black Flame multiple times. In the beginning, Black Flame had gained his fame in Starmoon Kingdom through his identity as a forger, earning himself the title of Starmoon Kingdom's chief forger. However, as Black Flame began to appear in battle, everything had changed. Black Flame had relied on absolute strength to defeat his enemies. Through his achievement of killing his enemies with a single hit, he had gained the title of One-Hit Azura. However, Black Flame's performance had been a result of his excellent equipment and very high basic attributes. As for his combat standards, he was merely a top-tier expert in the eyes of the general public. He had not even been a match for Cold Autumn when it came to combat standards. He was only someone with a wealth of combat experience. He could not hold the attention of the major powers in God's domain. Yet, as he participated in more battles, Black Flame's combat standards surprised the public again and again. He had gone from half-step refinement realm to reaching the refinement realm fully, then entering the flowing water realm as well. As his battle count increased, Black Flame's abilities increased. Now he had reached the void realm. Yuan Tiexin refused to believe that Black Flame's battles had just been acts. Moreover, experts who had set foot into the realms of refinement had their own pride. They would not suppress their strength to deal with a weakling. There was no point to that. Since it wasn't an act, Yuan Tiexin could only think of one possibility. Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame, had improved with an intensely terrifying speed. Compared to the horror of Black Flame's basic attributes, his growth was what truly frightened people. The secret pavilion considered Cold Autumn a genius because he was young. In addition, despite training with the pavilion for less than a year, he had already reached the half-step refinement realm and could break through to the refinement realm at any moment. Cold Autumn's growth was even faster than Yuan Tiexin's when he had been young. But what about Black Flame? How long had it been since God's domain launched? In less than 2 months, Black Flame had gone from someone who was not even a half-step refinement realm expert to a true void realm expert. Was he even still human? Even Martial Dragon, someone whom the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had considered a genius that only appeared once every 10 years, would not be a match for Black Flame. In the future, Black Flame might very well become one of the virtual gaming world's monsters. With that in mind, Yuan Tiexin decided that, even if Zero Wing suffered defeat in this war, he would offer to aid Zero Wing in securing Stone Forest Town, taking the opportunity to get associated with the guild. God's Domain, as a virtual reality game, was massive. It was different from the virtual reality games they had seen in the past. Even a super guild should not consider the idea of monopolizing the game. Moreover, the waters of the virtual gaming world were relatively deep. Now that various major international corporations had put a foot in as well, the virtual gaming world had become far more complicated. If the secret pavilion could gain a powerful ally like Zero Wing, it would benefit the pavilion's development in the future. The pavilion could seize more opportunities and gain a stronger influence. Just as Yuan Tiexin plotted to strengthen the relationship between the secret pavilion and Zero Wing, over 100 figures approached Shifeng with astonishing speed. I'll hold his attention. Find an opportunity to attack. Galaxy Past commanded through the team chat as he approached Shifeng. He then retrieved a deep blue potion from his bag. Shifeng might be able to fight with relative ease while surrounded by elite players, but it would be a different story if he were surrounded by expert players. It was extremely difficult for elite players to push their virtual bodies to their limits. However, this was not an issue for experts. They could do so easily. Naturally, Shifeng had no trouble with elite players if he fought with everything he had. However, it was a vastly different story against experts who also pushed themselves to their limits. Black Flame, I'll teach you that a first-rate guild is not easy to deal with. Galaxy Past shouted. He then dumped the deep blue potion down his throat. At the same time, he activated his Berserk skill, Wargod Possession. Suddenly, not only did his body grow a size larger, but it also released a brilliant golden glow. His aura was even stronger than a Lord-ranked monster, and this sudden change sent a ripple of shock through the Star Alliance's army. Since the various guilds had learned of Zero Wing's Berserk skills, they had spared no effort to collect their own. Galaxy Past had even mobilized the entire guild's strength and lost several thousand elite players to obtain Wargod Possession, the Berserk skill that all Berserkers dreamed of having. Wargod Possession was a Tier 1 taboo skill. Its effects could even rival an ordinary Tier 2 Berserk skill. Moreover, the skill was very well suited for the Berserker class. Upon activation, it instantly increased the user's strength by 150%, all other attributes by 80%, and defense by 200%. Moreover, the less HP the user had, the higher the strength bonus the user received. The only shortcoming the skill had was its short duration of 20 seconds. Once those 20 seconds passed, the user would enter a weakened state for 1 hour. The skill also had a 24-hour cooldown. It was a forbidden skill that should only be used during the most crucial moments. However, to deal with Shifeng, who possessed frightening attributes, Galaxy Past had no choice but to activate this Berserk skill. As insurance, Galaxy Past drank an extreme speed potion, a rare, high-level potion that he had obtained from a quest. The potion increased movement speed by 100% and attack speed by 150% for 30 seconds with a cooldown of 1 hour. With the effects of Wargod Possession and the extreme speed potion, it was not entirely impossible to kill Shifeng. Moreover, not long ago, Shifeng had used his own Berserk skill. Berserk skills generally had very long cooldowns. Only a short time had elapsed since Shifeng had last used his. It was impossible for his Berserk skill to have cooled down already. Without a Berserk skill, even if Shifeng's attributes were more powerful, he was not a match for Galaxy Past, who had activated a Tier 1 taboo skill. Black Flame. It's time you know what it feels like to have your attributes overwhelmed. Galaxy Past activated Charge and appeared before Shifeng like a ghost. With a malevolent smile, he swung down his dark gold-ranked greatsword, Weeping Silver, violently. Boom! When Weeping Silver descended, an explosion shook the area. The ground beneath Shifeng's feet shattered, revealing long sword marks. A level 32 shield warrior, who had accidentally collided with the sword aura, lost his life instantly. Galaxy Past's horrific power caused everyone to shudder. Chapter 750 Berserk. Galaxy Past's performance shocked every player who saw it. Nobody had ever imagined that Galaxy Past was so powerful. Not only was his strength unmatched, but he was also so fast that people only caught a glimpse of him as he moved. Despite using Violent Strike, one of the most common Berserker skills, he displayed more power than an AoE attack skill. Even a lord of the same level would pale in the face of such destructive power. Black Flame is done for sure this time. This scene cleared away the Star Alliance's defeated mood. As expected of the Star Alliance's guild leader. He actually hid such a card so well. Glorious Echo was also impressed. Although he had his own trump card, it was slightly inferior to Galaxy Past's. With such strength and speed, even if Black Flame had not died from the sudden blow, he would be heavily injured. The 100 or so expert players stilled their footsteps, thinking that the battle had ended, that their help was no longer needed. When the dust settled, however, a man, wearing a black cloak and wielding an emerald longsword, stood before Galaxy Past unharmed. He blocked it? How? Everyone's jaws nearly fell to the ground. Shifeng had actually blocked Galaxy Past's attack, which had been stronger than a lord's. Everyone had thought that Shifeng might evade the attack, but never had they thought Shifeng would block it with his sword. Moreover, Shifeng was still unscathed. Only the ground beneath his feet had fragmented, the cracks spreading out across 5 yards in every direction. From the state of the ground, they knew how heavy Galaxy Past's violent strike had been. Such immense strength. Shifeng felt his hand, which held on to Killing Ray, go numb. Although he had sensed Galaxy Past charge at him, he had not expected the Berserker's strength and speed to increase by so much. With that kind of speed, it had been too late to dodge. If not for his perception of his environment having sharpened, he would not have executed parry in time to block Galaxy Past's attack. Parry was considered one of a swordsman's life-saving skills. It could neutralize one instance of damage coming from ahead of the user. However, the user would not be exempt from the impact. If Galaxy Past's attack had struck Shifeng's body, even with his high defense and his HP being over 14,500, he would not have died, but he wouldn't have had much HP left, either. I want to see just how many life-saving skills you possess. Seeing that his surprise attack had failed, Galaxy Past swung Weeping Silver and executed Horizontal Slash. Not only did Horizontal Slash have a larger attack range than Violent Strike, but it was also significantly faster. With the boost from the Extreme Speed Potion, Weeping Silver transformed into a streak of silver light as it shot towards Shifeng. Galaxy Past completely disregarded his own safety, revealing all sorts of weak points as he attacked. He was fully intent on trading Shifeng a hit for a hit. In response, Shifeng used silent steps and avoided the devouring white light. Reappearing behind Galaxy Past, he swung Killing Ray down on the Berserker. While using a skill, players were highly susceptible to revealing weak points if they were not adept with a skill's movements. Galaxy Past experienced this for himself. Transforming into a streak of electric blue light, Killing Ray descended with frightening speed. Even if Galaxy Past had wanted to block the attack, it was too late. However, as if he had expected this, Galaxy Past immediately executed Whirlwind Slash, spinning with his greatsword. He ignored the blue light descending towards him, fully intent on trading damage for damage. In terms of strength, Galaxy Past had an absolute advantage. Hence, if they traded blows, Galaxy Past would come out victorious. Shifeng had no intentions of granting Galaxy Past's wish. With a thought, he activated Defensive Blade. Boom! The blue light slammed into Galaxy Past's body, stealing over 2,300 of the Berserker's HP. Meanwhile, although Weeping Silver found its mark, Shifeng's Defensive Blade blocked the damage. Such high defense. Shifeng clicked his tongue. He wielded the epic weapon, Killing Ray. His one-handed sword mastery had even reached the basic Sword King standard, which increased his damage with the one-handed sword by 80%. He could easily finish off a cloth armor class of the same level with a single hit. Yet, his attack had only inflicted around minus 2,300 damage. Galaxy Past currently had 21,000 HP. Shifeng's single attack had merely devoured slightly over 1/10 of his HP. Just as Shifeng intended to get a few more hits in, he noticed a Guardian Knight's protection blessing suddenly enveloping Galaxy Past. A Cleric's Truth Shield and an Oracle's Defense Blessing also fell over the Berserker. A healing light touched Galaxy Past's head, instantly recovering his HP to full. Quickly, Shifeng brandished Killing Ray and launched a barrage of attacks. However, all he managed to do was shatter the Truth Shield. He was still short of shattering the Defense Blessing. An Oracle's Defense Blessing and a Cleric's Truth Shield were different. The Truth Shield could protect the target's entire body, and the caster's mana determined how much damage it could absorb. Defense Blessing, on the other hand, could only block attacks coming from one direction. However, the target's maximum HP determined how much damage it could absorb. A Tier 1 Defense Blessing could absorb damage equal to 30% of the target's maximum HP. Since Galaxy Past had 21,000 HP, a Defense Blessing cast on him could absorb over 6,000 damage. Shifeng frowned slightly. They were currently surrounded by members of the Star Alliance. If Shifeng were facing an elite MT, even if said MT activated Shield Wall, he was confident that he could finish off the MT quickly without giving the healers a chance to heal him. Now, however, Galaxy Past's defense was simply too high. The Berserker's HP had also increased to 21,000, and he had the damage reduction from Protection Blessing. It was practically impossible to kill Galaxy Past before the healers recovered his HP. Although the predicament troubled Shifeng, Galaxy Past was shocked. He finally realized just how massive the gap was between him and Shifeng. Shifeng's attack power was insanely high. Wargod possession had increased Galaxy Past's defense by 200%. It would be impressive if expert berserkers could even deal around minus 900 damage to him. Yet Shifeng had dealt over minus 2,300 damage with a single attack, nearly 3 times higher than those expert berserkers. If not for the aid from the surrounding experts, he might have lost close to half of his HP from that exchange. Galaxy, I'll help you. Glorious Echo had also noticed how massive the gap was between Galaxy Past and Shifeng in terms of combat standards. Even with the surrounding experts' help, it would not be easy to take down Shifeng. Hence, as an additional precaution, Glorious Echo activated his Berserk skill as well, his attributes soaring instantly. Although his Berserk skill, Evil God's power, could not compare to Galaxy Past's Wargod possession, it was still a very rare Berserk skill. Moreover, Glorious Echo was a shield warrior. His normal HP was already close to 13,000. After activating the Berserk skill, his HP rose to over 26,000. He also radiated a bloody miasma, which formed a faint layer of blood armor around his body, increasing his defense significantly. Glorious Echo then revealed a Tier 2 blue magic scroll and used it. Lightning Speed, Tier 2 magic scroll. Increases the target's movement speed by 80%, attack speed by 120%, and damage by 20% for 30 seconds. Cannot be stacked. Cooldown 1 hour. When the Star Alliance members saw the 2 guild leaders activate their own Berserk skills, their confidence rose. The expert players a short distance away began to support the 2 guild leaders, casting buffs and heals. At this moment, it was practically impossible to kill Galaxy Past and Glorious Echo. Black Flame. Today will be the day you die. Glorious Echo used Charge, following up with a Justice Roar and releasing a dazzling glow as he forced Shifeng to focus on him. If he didn't, Glorious Echo's strength and speed would increase significantly, and killing Shifeng would become much easier. Yet, as soon as Glorious Echo arrived before Shifeng, he discovered that Shifeng was smiling. That smile told him 2 things. Everything was under Shifeng's control, and they had foolishly jumped into Shifeng's trap. Heavenly Dragon's power. Suddenly, numerous golden dragon scales covered Shifeng's body, the strength of his aura rising exponentially. It felt like they had woken an ancient beast, and one could not help but shiver when this aura swept over them. Chapter 751. Ancient Broken Sword. Crap! He still has a Berserk skill. Galaxy Past was shocked. Hurriedly, he lifted his greatsword and swung it towards Shifeng, taking the opportunity to assist Glorious Echo. Just as frightened by this sudden development, Glorious Echo instinctively lifted his massive golden shield. A blue streak of light flashed across them. Boom! Glorious Echo was forced back by 6 steps, each step leaving a deep footprint in the ground. -527. Although the damage was small, practically negligible compared to Glorious Echo's 26,000 HP, Glorious Echo's shield hand was numb and trembling. A grave expression crossed over the shield warrior's face. After activating Evil God's power, his defense had received a massive boost. In addition, as a shield warrior, he possessed skills and equipment that reduced the damage he took. After activating Shield Wall, the damage was reduced by another 60%. He had even blocked Shifeng's attack with his shield, and Shifeng still dealt over -500 damage to him. In terms of strength, Shifeng was practically a humanoid boss. If Glorious Echo had not blocked Shifeng's attack, his HP might have dropped by a frightening amount. Suddenly, Galaxy Past's Weeping Silver slashed at Shifeng. Just before the streak of silver light bit into its target, Weeping Silver suddenly stopped before Shifeng, the weapon unable to proceed by even an inch. Unfortunately for Galaxy Past, Defensive Blade had intercepted the attack. That damned life-saving skill. Galaxy Past's previous excited expression vanished. He had forgotten that Shifeng's Defensive Blade was still in effect. Show! This time, a streak of blue light bloomed on Galaxy Past. A damage of -2,054 points appeared above Galaxy Past's head, shocking the Berserker. Hurriedly, Galaxy Past brandished his sword in an attempt to block Shifeng's follow-up attacks. When Shifeng brandished Killing Ray, none of them could even see the sword's afterimage. They could only see the faint blue arcs of lightning that trailed after the epic weapon. Numerous blue lights streaked across Galaxy Past's body. Although Galaxy Past was very fast thanks to the extreme speed potion, he was a Berserker. Even after drinking the potion, he was only slightly faster than Shifeng. When Killing Ray's lightning effect triggered, Galaxy Past could not see the weapon's attack trajectory at all. Despite his desperate attempts to defend himself, Galaxy Past only avoided a few of Shifeng's attacks. -4,719. -1,984. -2,018. Galaxy Past's HP fell rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he had lost over half of his total HP. In the next moment, however, several heals soothed his pain, each recovering over 3,000 HP. In an instant, Galaxy Past recovered to full HP. Haha, Black Flame, stop wasting your time. You can't kill me. At first, Galaxy Past had thought he was dead for sure. For a moment there, he had completely forgotten about the numerous expert players supporting him from the sidelines. As long as Shifeng couldn't instant kill him, these expert healers would recover his HP immediately. Knowing this, Galaxy Past's confidence grew. Growing bolder, he took the initiative to attack Shifeng, disregarding the swordsman's attacks. Watching, the frightened Glorious Echo also calmed down and continued charging at Shifeng. Although neither of them was a match for Shifeng, as long as they could land one hit out of the dozens of attacks they sent, they would obtain their victory. With both of them having such high defense and protection blessings, I won't be able to kill them within a short time. Sure enough, Heavenly Dragon's power alone won't be enough. Shifeng sighed. Suddenly, he leaped and broke away from the two guild leaders. He's trying to escape. Stop him! Galaxy Past shouted as Shifeng fled. His Wargod possession had a very short duration. If he could not defeat Shifeng within that duration, they would definitely lose this fight. Hearing Galaxy Past's command, the Shield Warriors and Guardian Knights activated their life-saving skills and rushed at Shifeng. Scram! Shifeng shouted. Turning, he swung Killing Ray violently. Hurricane! Hurricane! Deals 200% plus, 30% asterisk hurricane energy stacks. Weapon damage in a 20-yard cone and lifts all targets struck into the air, preventing movement for 5 seconds. Cooldown 10 minutes. This was one of the Tier 1 Swordsman set equipment's additional skills, Hurricane. As Shifeng had long since built up 10 stacks of Hurricane energy during his previous attacks, he used Hurricane at its maximum power. Instantly, the dozens of Shield Warriors and Guardian Knights were blown into the air. Despite these players having activated Shield Wall and Protection Blessing, they still received over minus 15,000 points of damage. Some had even received a critical hit of more than minus 30,000 points. Instantly, every one of these MTs died before they hit the ground. However, Galaxy Past and Glorious Echo had used this brief opportunity to catch up with Shifeng. I finally have some space. Shifeng glanced at the approaching Berserker and Shield Warrior. He then retrieved the Dragon Slayer potion, which he had obtained from the Disaster Treasure Chest, and drank it. Dragon Slayer potion consumable. Increases all attributes by 100% and all resistances by 100 points for 1 minute. Cooldown 3 hours. In reality, Shifeng didn't need to use the Dragon Slayer potion to deal with Galaxy Past and Glorious Echo. He could simply activate Blade Liberation. However, the 20-second weakening effect after the skill's duration was a risk that Shifeng could not afford. Hence, he toughened his resolve and chose to drink the Dragon Slayer potion instead. That way, he would not receive any negative side effects that would hamper his combat power later on. After drinking the potion, Shifeng felt his entire body brim with energy. It felt as if his every attack contained enough power to decimate heaven and earth. Black Flame, you won't escape. After activating Charge and arriving before Shifeng, Galaxy Past executed the Berserker's strongest Tier 1 skill, Lethal Blow. However, Shifeng suddenly stopped running. With double the attributes now, Shifeng turned around and evaded Galaxy Past's lethal blow easily. The Killing Ray then transformed into numerous blue lights that snaked towards the Berserker. Before Galaxy Past realized what had happened, Killing Ray had struck numerous times. Minus 4,418. Minus 9,578. Minus 9,495. In the blink of an eye, Galaxy Past's HP hit rock bottom, his body falling to the ground. The healers standing at the rear had not even had the time to heal him. When Galaxy Past died, he dropped a piece of equipment and an ancient, broken sword with a golden hilt. Suddenly, the entire battlefield fell silent. The Star Alliance members who had tried to block Shifeng's path revealed expressions of disbelief. The guild leader they revered had been killed. When Glorious Echo saw his companion hit the dirt, he froze in his tracks, his will to fight vanishing. Shifeng's terrifying power left him thoroughly shaken. Shifeng noticed that Galaxy Past had dropped something extraordinary, So he took the opportunity to pick up the Berserkers' loot while everyone was still caught in their stupor. They all watched in a daze as Sherfong collected the drops. Nobody dared try to stop him. Seeing as nobody wanted to approach him, Sherfong smiled faintly as he took a blue magic scroll out of his bag. Sherfong had also obtained this from the disaster treasure chest. Thunder's Wrath, Tier 3 Magic Scroll. Deals devastating damage within a radius of 100 yards for 5 seconds. Although this magic scroll was powerful, it had a channeling time of nearly 1 second. During this time, he could not afford any interruptions. This moment, however, was the perfect opportunity to use it. While everyone struggled with their shock, Sherfong unfurled the magic scroll and channeled the spell. With himself as the center, he activated Thunder's Wrath. Crap! Run, quickly! Glorious Echo shouted in a panic after realizing what was about to happen. Unfortunately, it was too late. To finish Sherfong off, the Star Alliance had gathered most of its experts around him. If Sherfong attempted to hunt down these experts one by one, they would have fled. If he used Thunder's Wrath, however, none of them would get away. Suddenly, a gigantic magic array appeared in the sky. Countless lightning bolts began to descend. However, area-wide attacks like these usually required around 2 or 3 seconds to reach their full potential. During this period, the lightning strikes that snaked down from the sky would gradually increase. Hence, not all players within the affected area would take damage the instant the magic scroll activated. Upon activating Thunder's Wrath, Sherfong switched the aura of space to the aura of Earth and activated Absolute Defense. The skill's duration was just enough to last through the duration of Thunder's Wrath. Sherfong then dashed towards the Star Alliance's expert players. Lightning bolts descended, one after another. Even Glorious Echo, who had the highest HP and defense among every player present, was vaporized when one of these bolts struck him. Sherfong weaved his way through the lightning storm as he collected the experts' immortal souls. This fed his current collection rapidly. By the time Thunder's Wrath ended, the Star Alliance's expert players had been wiped out. Chapter 752, Star Moons Number 1. Black Flame really is vicious. Yuan Tiexin could not help his sigh as he looked at the charred corpses in the distance. The Star Alliance is done for this time. Thousands of Star Alliance elite members had died in an instant. Who knew how much equipment was scattered across the ground? If converted to coins, just how much one would have to spend to purchase all of that equipment? To the Star Alliance, however, the lost items were only secondary. To deal with Black Flame, the Star Alliance had gone all out and sent most of its experts to surround Sherfong. Yet, with just one blow, Sherfong had annihilated all of them. This was an irrecoverable blow to the Star Alliance. Without these upper echelons commanding the war, the Star Alliance's army would definitely fall into chaos. Zero Wing and Ouroboros' armies would slaughter the survivors. After players died in God's domain, they could not contact those still alive in the game. They could only do so after they revived. However, unlike in dungeons, players would not revive immediately upon death. They needed to wait for half an hour before they could return to the world of the living. By the time half an hour had passed, the war in the Stoneclaw Mountains would, most likely, be over. At that time, there would be no point in returning. Even Yuan Tiexin could not begin to estimate how many elite members the Star Alliance would lose in this war. However, what Yuan Tiexin did not know was that Sherfong had not only killed the Star Alliance's experts, but he had also absorbed many of their immortal souls. As a result, these upper echelons would not be able to log into God's domain for some time. After losing a war, a guild did not need to focus on its losses, but whether or not it could stabilize itself. If a guild's upper echelons could not log into God's domain for 2 or 3 days, even Sherfong could not imagine the chaos that would befall the guild. Not only had the Star Alliance lost the war, but its upper echelons had also gone missing. Who would want to remain in such a guild? This was also why plundering immortal souls had become a taboo among players in God's domain in the past. Meanwhile, the reports of Sherfong wiping out the Star Alliance's upper echelons with Thunder's Wrath had begun to spread throughout the official forums. Instantly, the Star Moon Kingdom forums gone into an uproar. Black Flame is too godly. Damn! Black Flame can win, even surrounded by enemies? Is he even human? If Zero Wing has such an expert, it won't have any problems growing stronger. Please carry me. Please accept me as your disciple, God Black Flame. Although I've just joined God's domain, I am going to join Zero Wing no matter what. Only minutes after Black Flame's battle video posted, it had been upvoted to the #1 spot on Star Moon Kingdom's forums. Meanwhile, the majority of the kingdom's players desperately wanted to join Zero Wing. Aside from focusing on Black Flame, players had also grown curious about Zero Wing's other experts and had begun to investigate the guild. The moment they checked, however, they were frightened. Zero Wing had 3 people who had reached the 8th floor of the Divine Colosseum's Trial Tower. If one were a veteran player in God's domain, they would be very enthusiastic about the Divine Colosseum's Trial Tower. The Trial Tower had become an important indicator for players' comparisons against each other. For players new to God's domain, it was practically a dream to clear even the 1st floor. As for veterans, reaching the 3rd floor was their limit, whereas elite players could roughly reach the 4th floor. Meanwhile, ordinary players already considered elite players experts. When forming a party to raid a dungeon, any party that had an elite player would be the envy of others. An elite player could increase the party's overall strength, making it a piece of cake to clear a hard mode party dungeon. As for the experts who had reached the 5th floor, ordinary players looked up at them as if they were stars. A city would only have several hundred experts, some even had less than 100. NPC City's player population could range anywhere from 70,000 to over 1 million. One could imagine just how rare such experts were. In other words, these experts were the top players in an NPC city. Currently, in most of the cities in Star Moon Kingdom, the highest floor any player had reached was the Trial Tower's 6th floor. Only the major NPC cities with a player population of over 1 million would have 7th floor experts. Yet, Zero Wing actually had 3 people who had managed to reach the Trial Tower's 8th floor. The players of Star Moon Kingdom struggled to accept this fact. It was impossible for ordinary players to encounter true experts. Hence, they usually used the Trial Tower as a method of judging experts because the Divine Colosseum's tower did not test a player's attributes or equipment. Rather, it tested a player's true power. The difference between players was made clear. Each of the Trial Tower's floors was more difficult than the last. Veteran players could only reach the 3rd floor after fighting through hell and high water. Hence, elite players who reached the 4th floor were treated like experts. However, what about those who managed to reach the 8th floor? No one could even imagine how much power these players had. The Assassin Fire Dance, the Cleric Violet Cloud, and the Cursemancer Aqua Rose. Beneath them were quite a few 7th floor experts such as the Berserker Rampant Blade, the Berserker Shadow Sword, the Guardian Knight Kola, the Shield Warrior Yi Wumian, the Ranger Minor Wind, the Assassin Flying Shadow, the Elementalist Su Qianlu, and the Cursemancer Blackie. Zero Wing also had many 6th floor experts. Only after a detailed investigation did anyone discover that Zero Wing housed so many top-tier experts. Zero Wing is simply spectacular. There are actually so many experts in a single guild. For a time, the many players in Star Moon Kingdom began thinking that, if they wanted to become an expert, they would only have a chance at fulfilling that dream by joining Zero Wing. After all, wasn't Zero Wing's guild leader Star Moon Kingdom's top expert? Aside from Aqua Rose, who used to be in Twilight Echo, nobody had ever heard of Zero Wing's experts before the guild established. After some research, they discovered that these players had undergone a heaven-defying change after they had joined Zero Wing. This discovery made many players who had withdrawn from Zero Wing to join other guilds regret their actions dearly. They had begun from the same starting point, yet because of their unfortunate decision, their past companions had become the experts that they revered. Inside the Stoneclaw Mountains, after Thunder's wrath dissipated and the Star Alliance's upper echelons were dead, chaos descended on the Alliance's elite army. The guild's elite players scattered, fleeing in all directions and discarding their attempt to charge towards Zero Wing's blockade. Moreover, Ouroboros's army had finally caught up and had begun to trap the Alliance's elite army. As Shifeng had activated Heavenly Dragon's power and had drunk the Dragon Slayer potion, he could not idle and let the effects go to waste. He charged into the Star Alliance's elite army and began slaughtering players like a ferocious beast. On the other hand, none of the Alliance's elite members showed any will to defend themselves. They only wanted to escape the Stoneclaw Mountains. As Shifeng massacred the Alliance's elite members, the system notification he had long awaited for finally arrived. System, congratulations. You have collected 10,000 immortal souls. Rewarding basic tyrant title. Chapter 753, Title, Sword King. I've finally finished this quest. Shifeng breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the system notification before him. Although it was not difficult to kill 10,000 players in the time frame Charlene had set, it would be very time-consuming if he had gone out of his way to do so. Where would Shifeng, who already had his hands full with his own tasks, find the time to hunt random players? Now that he had completed the epic quest, Immortal Crown, the weight bearing down on Shifeng's heart lifted significantly. After all, he still had an extremely deadly legendary quest waiting for him. Lord of Balrog's Fall. If he did not gain the promotion to Tier 2 quickly, only death awaited him. Failing an epic quest would partially cripple a player. However, there was still a chance to recover from the blow. A legendary quest, on the other hand, was different. If failed, the penalty would render the player's account useless. In the past, even though many players had encountered the opportunity to undertake a legendary quest, they had hesitated for a very long time before making a decision. There were multiple known instances where players, who had not been strong enough, had accepted a legendary quest. In the end, they had to delete their accounts and start all over again. Hence, in the past, many players had chosen to pass on the opportunity to challenge a legendary quest, either challenging it later or selling the quest's information to stronger, bolder players. A legendary quest's rewards were incredibly bountiful. Normally, they would reward either a fragmented legendary or legendary item. These were invaluable to a player, and they could push a player's combat power to the next level. Hence, one could gain quite a profit by selling information about such quests. In the past, many players who had known that they were too weak would sell these legendary quests to large guilds, earning coins or items to strengthen themselves instead. Others had scolded these players for being foolish. After all, just how much of a boost would a legendary item offer a player? Even so, many people had still envied such players. After all, it was extraordinarily difficult to complete a legendary quest as an individual. Obtaining 1 or 2 pieces of epic equipment without bearing any of the risks that came with a legendary quest definitely made it a worthwhile trade. A bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush. A small advantage was more beneficial than a massive risk. Improving one's strength was the priority. However, a legendary quest was not as easy as an epic quest. Epic quests were similar to epic items in God's domain, while legendary quests were similar to legendary items. Although epic items were very high-end, they would gradually become commonplace among the general populace. A legendary item, on the other hand, would remain a rarity. Not many players would ever encounter one without heaven-defying luck. Moreover, the players' decisions to sell the legendary quests had been proven a wise one because, among the large guilds that had purchased these quests, 90% of them had failed to complete their legendary quests even after suffering tremendous losses. Many of those guilds' experts had been forced to start all over again. Shifeng knew of a few legendary quests he could pick up. However, he wasn't quite strong enough right now, so he would not try to take these quests on just yet. Yet, Shifeng never imagined that the legendary quest that he tried so hard to avoid would come looking for him instead. Basic Tyrant Title? Shifeng was reminded of the Tyrant Bear Kola when he saw this new title. In the past, Kola had ranked at the top among the MTs in Starmoon Kingdom. However, this achievement had not been due to his excellent combat techniques. Rather, it had been his title. That title was Tyrant. However, Tyrant Bear Kola had never revealed his title's origin in the past. Now, Shifeng finally understood how he obtained it. Basic Tyrant Title. When title is in use, Fortitude plus 30, maximum stamina increased by 20%, and all attributes increased by 5%. Requires 100,000 immortal souls to upgrade by 1 level. What a powerful title. Shifeng was stunned. This was only the basic ranked Tyrant title, yet, not only did it already increase a player's fortitude by 30 points, but it also increased their maximum stamina by 20%. Just how powerful were the intermediate and advanced Tyrant titles? Both fortitude and stamina were hidden attributes. In the past, many people had paid massive prices to add just 1 point to their hidden attributes. Yet, one could obtain both stamina and fortitude from just a single title. Not to mention, the Tyrant title also increased a player's basic attributes. In God's domain, although basic attributes were important, hidden attributes were far more powerful. It was especially true for expert players. Fortitude could reduce the consumption of a player's stamina and concentration, whereas stamina could extend the time a player could spend in battle. Fights between experts of similar strength almost never ended in a short amount of time. Eventually, it would become a competition of stamina and concentration. Whoever could outlast the other would be the winner of the fight. Shifeng had only managed to obtain 10 fortitude points after taking the risk to open the disaster treasure chest. Even so, this meager amount had thrilled Shifeng. Now, if he used the basic Tyrant title, he could obtain 30 fortitude points and increase his maximum stamina by 20%. If he encountered an opponent of roughly equal or greater strength in battle, he could definitely fight a battle of attrition and slowly wear down his opponent. This was why, despite Kola being the MT of only a second-rate guild, he had been able to push his way through the many obstacles in his path and become one of Starmoon Kingdom's top MTs. In fact, as one progressed in the game, fortitude and stamina were also extremely important when raiding a large-scale team dungeon because the bosses inside these dungeons demanded much of one's stamina. More often than not, raids would fail not because the bosses inside large-scale team dungeons were overwhelmingly powerful, but because the players raiding these bosses would collapse from exhausting their stamina. Guild Leader, we've cleared out most of the elites from the Star Alliance and the various large guilds. Those still alive have already escaped the Stoneclaw Mountains. Should we hunt them down? Aqua Rose reported excitedly. This war had truly been a pleasurable one. They had even beaten a massive threat like the Star Alliance to a pulp. Even if the Star Alliance tried to rope the other large guilds to join hands and capture Stone Forest Town in the future, no one would work with them. No need for that. Everyone's tired from the war. Let's tidy up the battlefield and tally our gains and losses, Shifeng said, shaking his head. When players left the Stoneclaw Mountains, they could use a return scroll to teleport to their respective cities. It would be impossible to pursue these players even if they wanted to. Moreover, they had already achieved their main goal in this war. In the future, any guild would have to consider their decisions carefully before trying to lay a hand on Zero Wing. Shifeng left the post-war report to Aqua Rose and the others to manage. After all, he had something more important to deal with right now. He needed to look for Charlene and turn in his quest. Shifeng was already dying to receive the reward for the Immortal Crown. As Shifeng took off to turn in his quest, a huge incident rocked Starmoon Kingdom. The secret pavilion had updated its God's Domain experts list. This time, the update had rendered many experts throughout God's Domain speechless, none of them daring to believe the truth of what they saw. The God's Domain experts list was a very credible ranking list in God's Domain. Experts who ranked on it were all considered extraordinary players. Particularly, the top 500 rankings very rarely saw any fluctuations. It was very difficult to climb the ranks once a player entered the top 500. Meanwhile, since the first publication of the God's Domain experts list, the top 100 had never changed. This time, however, someone had finally broken that record. Moreover, not only had someone climbed the ranks, but their title had also changed. God's Domain experts list rank 51, Black Flame. Class Swordsman. Title Sword King. Chapter 754. Famous throughout God's Domain. Every one of the experts within the God's Domain experts list's top 100 had been a famous expert in the virtual gaming world for many years. These experts had become overlords in not just one, but several virtual reality games. Each was a master-level character with countless brilliant battle records. Upstart experts could never hope to compare with these masters. It was already extremely difficult for upstart experts to join the top 1,000. For an upstart expert, joining the top 100 was practically a miracle. Yet, not only had Black Flame achieved a miracle, but he had also jumped to the 51st rank. Excitement over the new development swept through Starmoon Kingdom. The majority of those top 100 experts resided in God's domain's various empires. Empire players had always been dismissive of kingdom players. Subconsciously, no one truly believed that kingdom players were a match for those from the empires. Yet, Black Flame, who came from Starmoon Kingdom, had managed to rank 51st on the experts list. Starmoon Kingdom's players were bursting with pride. The Secret Pavilion is certainly trying hard to flatter this upstart expert, raising his rank to 51 just after a single guild war. Is he someone from the Secret Pavilion's son? That's right. Didn't he just lead an upstart guild to victory against a first-rate guild? That has happened many times before in other games, yet I've never seen the Pavilion change the ranking list so drastically. The top 100 experts have experienced victory in dozens of great wars. The Secret Pavilion is just favoring Starmoon Kingdom's players. There is definitely something fishy about this. Black Flame's title just as absurd. He's actually calling himself a Sword King. Does he really think he is the king among sword users? Every other swordsman player in the top 100 could easily beat him to a pulp. As the God's Domain experts list updated, many players from other kingdoms and empires voiced their complaints about the latest change. They all felt that the Secret Pavilion over-exaggerated Black Flame's achievements. Many of these players were also miffed that an upstart player had surpassed the godlike experts they had looked up to so easily, and were skeptical about the Secret Pavilion's judgment. However, the Secret Pavilion couldn't be bothered to explain itself. They didn't need to waste their time mincing words with fools. Shifeng's battle video was evidence enough. If these players still could not understand, then there was a problem with their intelligence. Trying to explain further was pointless. If Shifeng had not displayed the combat standards of a Void Realm expert, the Secret Pavilion would not have granted him the 51st rank. When the other top-tier experts saw this development, they realized that Black Flame was someone who demanded their attention. It was especially true for the top 100 experts. There were 3 thresholds for all ranking lists the Secret Pavilion published. Only the Pavilion itself, and very few experts knew exactly what these thresholds were. The first threshold was the top 400. If an expert had yet to set foot into the realms of refinement, then regardless of how brilliant they performed in a game, they would never reach the top 400. If an expert were ranked among the top 400, then it proved that this expert had already set foot into the realms of refinement. This was why Shifeng had only ranked 481st. Based on the Secret Pavilion's previous investigation, Shifeng had not yet entered the realms of refinement. He had only reached the half-step refinement realm. Otherwise, Shifeng would have had a higher ranking. The second threshold was the top 200. Experts outside of the flowing water realm should not even dream of entering the top 200. Even with the most brilliant of performance, the best rank they could achieve was 201. The third threshold was the top 100. Only those in the Void Realm could earn one of the top 100 ranks. As Shifeng had shown that he had reached the Void Realm and had defeated the well-known Sky, his rank instantly jumped to 51. Otherwise, the best rank Shifeng could achieve was around the 80s or 90s. An expert's position on the God's Domain ranking list was not determined by just their strength. Instead, experts ranked based on their performance and battle records in a game. If experts ranked according to strength, then many of the experts on the ranking list would qualify for any positions. If an upstart expert managed to reach the 401st rank on the God's Domain experts list, God's Domain's top powers would, at most, spare that player a glance, making a note of their existence. They would not consider that person important in the least. Now that Shifeng had joined the top 100, however, this sudden development forced the major powers to acknowledge him. 51st? Black Flame is truly interesting. Phoenix Rain's beautiful eyebrows lifted slightly as she read the God's Domain experts list. He certainly knows how to hide his strength. I had actually failed to notice his true combat standard. It seems that he had not defeated Martial Dragon by luck alone. Previously, Shifeng had merely been a minor character in Phoenix Rain's eyes. He had just luckily obtained some top-tier equipment. At most, he would only reign supreme for a short time. However, it was a different story if Shifeng had reached the Void Realm. Even Phoenix Rain would have no choice but to treat Shifeng as an equal. With the experts list's latest update, God's Domain's top-tier players understood one thing. Another Apex expert had appeared in the virtual gaming world. Starmoon Kingdom, White River City. As soon as Shifeng returned to the city, he discovered that a constant stream of players arrived the White River City's teleportation hall. Moreover, these players' average level was quite high, with the lowest among them being around level 30. Although they were not at the standard of a guild elite player, they were considerably high-leveled among ordinary players. Meanwhile, as these players arrived, they immediately asked around for directions to Zero Wing's guild residence. "Little brother, do you know where Zero Wing's guild residence is?" A thin man approached Shifeng, asking politely. This man looked to be in his 40s and wore a blue mage's robe. Behind this middle-aged man were 5 other people. All 5 were level 30, and their equipment was level 25 mysterious iron rank at the very minimum. In a guild, these players could definitely join the elite members. Unfortunately, their levels were slightly off the mark. However, independent players did not have the same advantages as guild player. Independent players did not have access to the various benefits that a guild offered. They had no choice but to invest some of their time in other aspects. Hence, their leveling speed was slower than guild players. Shifeng currently hid under his black cloak and had reverted to his original appearance. Both his level and equipment were also hidden. Hence, no one recognized him. When Shifeng glanced at this group of players, his eyes instantly lit up with an excited light. The person speaking to him was actually Silent Years, who had been a top-tier expert in his previous life. This man had once ranked within the top 50 among the oracles of Starmoon Kingdom. He had even reached the top 10 during his peak. "Big Brother Silent, this person is wearing Zero Wing's emblem. He's from Zero Wing," the female elementalist beside Silent Years said awkwardly as she jabbed her finger at the oracle. Suddenly, Silent Years jerked, realizing this. As he had walked up to Shifeng from behind, he had not noticed the guild emblem on the swordsman's chest. To think that he had actually asked a member of Zero Wing whether or not they knew where the guild residence was. "Zero Wing's residence is on the city's central street," Shifeng said casually, not minding the oracle's awkward question. "You guys can just take a carriage there." After saying so, Shifeng turned and left the teleportation hall, riding a horse carriage towards the library. Sure enough, Zero Wing is really amazing. It's no wonder how it became an expert's playground. I felt so much pressure from a casual member. It seems that we have not wasted a trip. We must join Zero Wing, Silent Years stated as he watched Shifeng's departing figure, reverence on his face. His evaluation of Zero Wing increased substantially. Shifeng had not realized that his casual response had increased Silent Years' reverence of Zero Wing. Chapter 755, City Promoted. Horse carriages rattled up and down White River City's streets. As Shifeng rode comfortably in one such carriage, he could feel the tremendous changes that had swept through the city. More horse carriages moved along the streets than before. Moreover, there were more varieties of carriages now. God's domain evolved over time. Similarly, NPC cities also changed as time passed. Nothing would stay the same forever. Ordinary players might not think much of the number or variety of horse carriages, but to Shifeng, who had played God's domain for over a decade, these changes symbolized the city's prosperity. How could one determine how prosperous a city was? The most basic criterion was the city's horse carriages. It was similar to the cars in a city in reality. In small cities, not only were there fewer cars, but high-class cars were also very rare. In big cities, however, traffic jams were common. One would also see high-class luxury cars all over the city. God's domain cities were similar in this aspect. When an NPC city's player population increased, to satisfy the player's needs, the main God system automatically increased the number of horse carriages within the city, allowing more convenient travel. Meanwhile, as players consumed more in a city, the system would also release advanced horse carriages. These advanced horse carriages charged more, but were much faster. This would allow players to save time when traveling. After all, an NPC city was very large. It was very normal to spend several hours walking from one place to another. Currently, advanced horse carriages had only appeared in 5 cities in Starmoon Kingdom. The city with the most carriages was none other than White River City. One could say that White River City had become Starmoon Kingdom's most prosperous city. Unlocking the advanced horse carriage feature was only one of a thriving city's basic settings. As time passed, various new facilities would open, such as flying tools and the flying transportation feature, which could allow players to reach destinations where teleportation arrays could not. As a result, these features would subtly improve a player's leveling speed. This was also one of the main reasons that Empire players were much higher leveled than Kingdom players. Now that White River City has unlocked the advanced horse carriages, with the number of carriages present, the city should not be that far from unlocking the luxury horse carriages. When the city unlocks the luxury horse carriages, players will be able to take the flying ship to the Eclipse Gate to level up. It seems I'll need to prepare for that. Shifeng could not help but recall the Eclipse Gate, which had been the most famous leveling area that White River City had to offer in his previous life. In the past, by the time White River City had activated the flying ship feature, the average player in God's domain had closed in on level 50. Many had even been promoted to their Tier 2 classes. From that moment onwards, players' levels in White River City had exploded. This was because White River City's flying ships could access the Eclipse Gate. Of course, White River City wasn't the only city whose flying ships passed through the Eclipse Gate. Every city in Starmoon Kingdom's eastern region had flying ships that could reach the Eclipse Gate. For countries would gather at the Eclipse Gate: the Starmoon Kingdom, the Rhine Kingdom, the Icefield Kingdom, and the East Spring Empire. It was considered a neutral zone, and the various countries had garrisoned their armies there to prevent the creatures within the Eclipse Gate from invading God's domain. Hence, there were plenty of high-level and army quests there. A player's leveling speed at the Eclipse Gate would be roughly double than in other leveling maps of the same level. Moreover, the Eclipse Gate was a colossal level 40 to level 70 map. One could also find plenty of rare herbs and ores in the area, which were all necessary resources to produce high-level potions and equipment. More importantly, the Eclipse Gate was a source for energy essence, a resource required to tame mounts. Taming a guild mount required resources. The higher the quality and quantity of resources one had, the quicker one could tame a mount. At the same time, one could use these resources to hasten a guild mount's growth. Energy essence was one of the advanced materials required to tame a mount. Precisely because of this, players coveted the Eclipse Gate. After reaching level 40, everybody dreamed of having a good mount. However, they were not that easy to obtain. One had to nurture their guild mount slowly, promoting it as quickly as possible before it could become a part of one's combat power. However, although one could level up quickly and obtain plenty of resources at the Eclipse Gate, there was a downside. The Eclipse Gate's environment was relatively severe. If one did not possess a certain amount of fire and ice resistance, even expert players would lose their lives. Hence, after the Eclipse Gate opened, whether it was in Starmoon Kingdom or the 3 surrounding countries, the demand for equipment with ice resistance and fire resistance attributes grew. Aside from ice and fire resistance equipment, tools that increased one's ice and fire resistance were also extraordinarily popular. Although there was still quite a long time before the flying ship feature would unlock, Shifeng felt that he could already begin the necessary preparations. Although ice resistance and fire resistance equipment sold for a relatively high price right now, once everyone reached the Eclipse Gate, such equipment would double in price. Tools would also sell for far more. Whether it was for improving the leveling speed of Zero Wings guild members or making money by reselling items, now was the perfect time to stockpile these items. I recall Campbell Volcano drops plenty of fire resistance equipment and tools. It might not be a bad idea to bring Aqua and the others there to grind. Shifeng could recall quite a few maps in Starmoon Kingdom that were a great source for fire and ice resistance equipment. Among them, Campbell Volcano had the highest drop rates for fire resistance equipment. Campbell Volcano was a level 40 to level 50 map. However, due to its extreme environment, very few players were willing to venture there. However, after the Eclipse Gate had appeared, Campbell Volcano became one of the most popular locations in Starmoon Kingdom. No one had visited that map yet. This was a good chance for him to lead the main force members there to develop the map, since none of the bosses had died yet. Bosses killed for the first time would have double their usual drop rates. Moreover, with the strength of Zero Wing's main force, they shouldn't have any issues dealing with a level 50 boss. As for the magic crystals in the Stoneclaw Mountains, they could rely on the guild's elite members to continue that harvest. Before Shifeng realized it, the advanced horse carriage he rode in had already arrived at the library. The library's entrance was the same as usual, with a group of players bunching around the doors, hoping to gain the favor of an NPC noble and gain entry into the library. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Shifeng strode into the library unhampered. When the NPC guards stationed at the entrance saw Shifeng, they treated him with respect, shocking many of the loitering players. After entering the library, as always, Shifeng headed towards the Star Moon Hall on the building's top floor. When the two level 300 Tier 3 Red Paladins, who guarded Star Moon Hall's doors, saw Shifeng approach, they stopped him. Since when did Tier 3 NPCs guard this place? Shifeng was surprised. Tier 4 NPCs were already overlords in White River City. Some small cities only had Tier 3 NPCs to safeguard them. Yet now, two such NPCs guarded the Star Moon Hall. This was surprising. Normally, only the palace in Star Moon City warranted such treatment. Without permission, outsiders are not allowed to enter, the level 200 Red Paladins said as they blocked Shifeng's path with their spears. Suddenly, however, a clear, crisp voice floated out from the hall. "Let him in." When the two level 200 Red Paladins heard this, they immediately retrieved their spears and opened the doors, allowing Shifeng entry. Chapter 756, Fief. Compared to Shifeng's previous visit, a new, large collection of ancient books filled the Star Moon Hall. Some of these books even radiated mana that could rival Tier 4 magic scrolls. Tier 4 magic scrolls were almost as rare as legendary items in God's domain. Tier 4 magic scrolls had survived since the ancient era. Shifeng had yet to hear of anyone who could produce Tier 4 magic scrolls. If a book could exude so much mana that it rivaled a Tier 4 magic scroll, one could easily tell that these books were extraordinary. Meanwhile, Charlene, who sat high above the hall, had also changed significantly. Although her level, statistics, and clothing had not undergone any transformations, the pressure she gave off had changed tremendously. She did not have the usual oppressive aura of a powerhouse. Instead, she felt like the all-encompassing sky. Her presence could be felt from anywhere within the room. Before Shifeng had approached Charlene, he felt his mind clear far more than ever before. He also noticed that the endless streams of mana in the room were actually moving towards Charlene. It was as if Charlene were God's domain's heart. How could this be possible? Shifeng was shocked when he arrived before Charlene. Shifeng had discovered something that shook him to the core. After reaching the Void Realm, he felt his environment as clearly as the palm of his hand. He could sense everything within a fixed radius of himself to an astonishingly accurate degree. Previously, as Charlene had still been outside his range, he had not thought much about not noticing Charlene's energy. Yet, despite standing so close to the woman, he couldn't feel her at all. Before, the two Tier 3 paladins had clearly been able to feel her presence. Shifeng doubted that his sense had failed him. "Has something happened that has led you to find me so urgently?" Charlene, who had been reading a book, asked with great interest as her beautiful eyes turned towards Shifeng. "Lady Charlene, I've collected the immortal souls you requested." Shifeng displayed the spirit seal imprinted on the back of his right hand. Immortal souls filled the seal to the brim. "Oh, good job. With this many immortal souls, I'll be able to repair the immortal crown quickly." Charlene nodded and tapped her finger in the air. Suddenly, golden divine runes began circling Shifeng's right hand. Countless golden threads flowed out of the spirit seal, gathering into a ball before flying into Charlene's hand. "Since you have completed your quest, I will fulfill my promise as well. Here, this is for you." Charlene waved her hand. In the next moment, a leaf of lambskin parchment appeared in her hand. The parchment then flew towards Shifeng. The lambskin parchment looked quite ordinary. However, the words on the parchment could tempt any guild in God's domain. Star Moon Kingdom City Building Order. As long as it was within Star Moon Kingdom's jurisdiction, one could construct their own city with this city building order. To a guild, even a legendary item was not worth as much as this single piece of parchment. Cities were different from towns. In God's domain, cities could be built, whereas towns could not. Meanwhile, captured towns' locations were fixed, but built cities could be chosen casually. One could even build a city in the middle of monsters' territory. A town's maximum population usually ranged between 30,000 to 50,000. On the other hand, even the smallest city could hold 200,000 players. This was why, after obtaining their own towns, guilds would focus all of their efforts on developing the town in the hopes of promoting it into a city as soon as possible. Moreover, as a city demanded a sufficiently large plot of land, one could construct a mana tower in the city. With the mana tower, any player residing in the city would enjoy increased stamina and concentration recovery rates. They could even accumulate the double EXP buff. Although the accumulation rate was not as generous as a guild residence's, one could still accumulate 10% worth of double EXP buff after 48 hours of rest. Once players reached higher levels, the needed EXP to level up increased tremendously. Currently, level 30 ordinary players required roughly 3 or 4 days to reach the next level. Hence, even a 10% double EXP buff would significantly reduce the time players needed to grind. Aside from improving one's stamina and concentration recovery rates, hotels would also offer the guild residence effect, allowing players to accumulate 20% worth of double EXP buff after 48 hours of rest. Meanwhile, the guild that controlled the city would also see some benefits. When guild members rested in the guild residence, they would accumulate 30% worth of double EXP buff after 48 hours. In addition to receiving this double EXP perk, a player-established city would also receive a specialty product. Aside from being able to construct a mana tower, one could also construct a black market auction house in the city. This auction house would function like the auction house in Blackwing City. It would offer a large stock of products once every 3 days. Sometimes even epic items were available for bidding. Because of these benefits, many guilds in God's domain desperately wanted to establish their own cities, regardless of the price. A player-owned town could only make travel more convenient for players. A city, on the other hand, made it easier for players to level up. The size of a guild residence and the number of members it could house were limited. Not every guild member could enjoy the double EXP buff. However, it was a different story if a guild owned a city. With a city, every guild member could enjoy the double EXP buff. A city was also a great source of income for a guild. As a player city had various benefits that an NPC city did not, many players wanted access to a player city. Unless a guild offered private housing within the city, all players were required to pay an entry fee. The entry fee was an important source of income for a player city. In comparison, a guild would only earn pennies from the opening a shop. A shop could never compete with a city regarding profits. When Sherfong gazed down at the city building order in his hands, he nearly drooled. Despite having been the guild leader of a second-rate guild in his previous life, the guild having owned 10 city-states, he struggled to maintain his calm now that he knew he would have his own. His very own city. In the past, something like this could only happen in his dreams. Yet now he held this dream in his hands. While every other guild competed over the golden lands in NPC cities, nobody had any clue that Sherfong would no longer compete on the same stage. Because from now on, Sherfong would begin the competition for the kingdom's territories. Come. I need to stay calm. This is only the beginning, Sherfong continuously advised himself. In God's domain, like NPC cities' golden lands and ordinary lands, there were poor territories and territories with excellent resources in every kingdom and empire. The sooner one constructed their own city, the sooner they could occupy these resource-rich territories. What counted as a resource-rich territory? First, it was in an easily accessible location. As players reached higher levels, they would have to venture further from NPC cities. If a city were close to these high-level maps, it would save players a lot of travel time. It was a similar concept to capturing certain towns. However, most towns were still quite far away from the truly excellent leveling areas. Meanwhile, a city that was close to multiple high-level maps would attract large amounts of players. Second, it was an area that was near consumable resources. This would provide convenience for players who needed to farm materials. After all, rare herbs and ores were necessary for players, regardless of level. Third, the territory needed to be close to high-level regional dungeons. Most regional dungeons were particularly far from NPC towns and cities. Furthermore, regional dungeons had their own specialty products, such as the Stoneclaw Mountain's magic crystals. Even after reaching level 200, magic crystals were still must-have items. Where should I construct the city? Sherfong grew troubled as he stared at the city building order. Chapter 757, Witch's Hill. Starmoon City, the Starmoon restaurant's top floor. Few players were usually willing to dine here. However, more than a dozen players currently occupied the large, luxurious hall. If Gentle Snow were there, she would have been shocked, as every one of these players was an elder from the Star Alliance. Even Galaxy Past had to behave respectfully before these people. Currently, however, every elder had lowered their head as they watched the level 10 woman seated on a bench, fear and respect radiating off of them. What did you just say? Galaxy Past has not been able to log into the game? Exemplary Willow asked quietly, frowning. What the hell is going on? The Star Alliance's elder felt helpless against Exemplary Willow's questioning. After the guild war ended, the guild's upper echelons should have begun working to stabilize the guild. Yet, for some reason, the majority of the guild's upper echelons, who had participated in the war, could not log into God's domain. Based on the main God system's notification, these people were locked out of the game for around 2 or 3 days. Some were even barred from entering the game for up to 4 days. 4 days' time. That was enough time for the mainstream players in Starmoon Kingdom to grind at least one level. Although they, the guild's elders, had tried to stabilize the falling morale that shook the guild, with the disappearance of the majority of the guild's upper echelons, many members began to doubt the guild. Many had begun to wonder if the Alliance's experts had defected to some other guild. If the guild's experts had left, what was the point in remaining in the guild? Only a few hours after the guild war ended, over 10,000 members had withdrawn. If this persisted, no one knew if the Star Alliance would survive. However, this was not the most tragic issue. The Star Alliance's defeat had infuriated Exemplary Willow. A high and mighty first-rate guild like the Star Alliance had actually lost to an upstart guild, on their home ground no less. This caused Exemplary Willow to doubt the Star Alliance's strength. If Exemplary Willow suddenly decided to withdraw her funding, it would deal a fatal blow to the Star Alliance. If none of you knows why they can't log into the game, your guild may be truly finished, Exemplary Willow stated coldly as she sneered at the Alliance's elders before her. Sternly, she said, since your guild is nothing more than a failure, then you can forget about any follow-up investments. I have no intentions of spending money on a wastrel of a guild. Get lost. When the elders heard these words, their complexions paled to a sickly white, every one of them begging Exemplary Willow for mercy. Unfortunately, Exemplary Willow chased them all out of the room. Exemplary Willow refused to tolerate defeat. She had initially invested in the Star Alliance to deal with Zero Wing, teaching Shifeng the consequences of angering open-source corporation. She would then plunder the Stoneclaw Mountain's magic crystals for herself. Yet, in the end, not only had she failed to teach Shifeng anything, but his fame had also grown. The Flower of 7 Sins is also garbage. They had been so confident of themselves. In the end, didn't they lose as well? Fortunately, I only promised them 1/3 of the Stoneclaw Mountain's magic crystals and did not have to pay much, Exemplary Willow muttered as she glanced through Starmoon Kingdom's official forums. Her mood soured as she saw the many discussion threads relating to Black Flame. In the end, it seems that I'll have to use my own power to resolve this matter. Meanwhile, in the real world, the Star Alliance's upper echelons enclosed themselves in a secret meeting. Although they could not contact each other in God's domain, the Star Alliance was a major company in the real world. The company often held video conferences between its upper echelons. Even without God's domain, this latest loss would not affect the company. Only, it was a lot more difficult to direct the guild members in God's domain. Guild leader, we suffered tremendous losses. Based on the initial statistics, we lost over 50,000 items. We'll need quite some time before we recover. However, the most tragic loss is ours. None of us can log into God's domain for some time. It will be a challenge to catch up to Ouroboros, Red Feather reported sourly. He had never imagined that they would actually lose this war so tragically. Not only had the guild's experts been wiped out, but the guild's elite army had also almost been obliterated. Less than 10% of the elite army had managed to escape with their lives. The loss of EXP, equipment, and post-war compensation were huge problems that they needed to deal with. Most likely, by the time they saw to those issues, the Star Alliance will have been drained of resources. Purple, what's the situation with the guild elders? Galaxy Past similarly gnashed his teeth upon hearing Red Feather's report. The Star Alliance had never suffered such a tragic loss. However, they first needed to deal with their current predicament. Based on the latest report, it seems that Exemplary Willow chased the elders away. They are all in a foul mood. Exemplary Willow has probably withdrawn her funding, Purple Eye said, shaking her head. As expected of a businesswoman, she gave up on the guild as soon as she deemed it useless. Galaxy Past could not help but laugh, reacting as if he cared nothing for this result. Guild leader, what should we do now? Seeing Galaxy Past laugh even in this situation, Red Feather's frustration grew. Without Exemplary Willow's funding, the guild would have to spend significantly more time to recover. They might never truly recover from this blow, and the guild might fall from its status as a first-rate guild. What's done is done. These elders normally have little regard for me. They were also the ones who supported the decision to cooperate with Open Source Corporation. Now that OSC has withdrawn its funding, it is about time for these elders to leave the Star Alliance, Galaxy Past sneered. When Exemplary Willow had first approached them, he had strongly opposed the idea of cooperating with Open Source Corporation. He had not believed that Black Flame was as much as a fool as the OSC thought. However, with the guild elders supporting the decision so strongly, his opposition had been futile. Now that the Alliance had lost the guild war, all of the blame could be pushed onto these elders. He could also utilize the board of directors to expel them from the Star Alliance. This way, he would become the guild's true ruler, not just in name. In the future, he would have a much easier time taking action. Meanwhile, in God's Domain's White River City, after Sherfong bade Charlene farewell, he took a horse carriage to White River City's City Hall. Sherfong was all too familiar with Starmoon Kingdom. He knew of multiple locations which fulfilled 2 or even all 3 conditions for a resource-rich territory. However, players could not reach these locations yet. If he constructed a city in a very high-level location, the city would not be nearly as attractive to players. Although building a city in a level 100 map might be attractive towards players in the future, to current players, this city would be useless. Without a large player population, the city's development would be slow. The city's construction was not a small issue either. The demand of manpower and resources could not compare to a town's. It would be a severe waste if he invested a large amount of resources in something that would not yield any immediate profits. Moreover, Sherfang's goal of constructing a city was to earn money. He could not waste large sums of money on a useless city. It seems that the Witch's Hill is my only choice. After considering his options, Sherfang decided that the Witch's Hill was the most profitable location right now. While Sherfang's mind wandered, the advanced horse carriage arrived before the city hall. Chapter 758, Building a City. The instant Sherfang stepped out of the advanced carriage, he attracted a lot of attention, like someone driving a luxury car in the city. Wow, that guy's rich. He seems to be someone from Zero Wing. It's no wonder he's so rich. I know, right? Zero Wing receives so many advanced quests every day. Even the guild's normal members have the chance to snag one for themselves. On the other hand, our guild only receives a few advanced quests each day, and the guild's upper echelons have priority on them, leaving very few for anyone else. Even elite members have a hard time obtaining one. Although I'm an elite member, I have only accepted 2 advanced guild quests so far. Those were good times. I earned over 12 silvers a day during those days. Indeed. One of my friend's friend is an elite member in Zero Wing, and he says that Zero Wing's elite members can accept an advanced guild quest once every 2 or 3 days, while normal members can pick one up once every 5 or 6 days. Envy filled these players' voices as they spoke about Zero Wing. It cost 1 silver to ride an ordinary carriage and 3 silver to ride an advanced carriage. To them, even riding an ordinary carriage was a luxury. They would rather run to their destination than spend so much. Sherfong could not help but shake his head at this sight. He had never imagined that he would be envied for riding a carriage. While the majority of the players in God's Domain still strived to earn a single silver coin, even a gold coin was of little use to Sherfong anymore. He was more concerned about time than he was about spending a few silvers. At this point, the towering city hall bustled with noise. Regarding both reputation and coins, the various large guilds had accumulated a certain stock after playing God's Domain for so long. Naturally, more people would be attempting to purchase the city's lands. However, most purchased ordinary lands as the Golden Lands and lands in the Central District were not easily affordable. "Hello, sir. How may I be of service to you today?" A beautiful female employee approached Shifeng and asked. "I wish to construct a city," Shifeng said. "Please follow me." The NPC receptionist smiled as she led Shifeng to a VIP reception room. Whether it was establishing a town or a city, players needed to begin the relevant procedures in an NPC city. "May I know if you have a city building order?" the NPC receptionist asked politely. Shifeng retrieved the Starmoon Kingdom City building order Charlene had given him. The lambskin parchment was worth over 1,000,000 gold. "Very good, sir. May I know where do you wish to establish your city so that I can quote you a price?" the NPC receptionist said as she took out a magic scroll, unfurling it on the table. This magic scroll displayed a map of Starmoon Kingdom. Compared to the system map players had, this map was far more detailed. "The Witch's Hill," Shifeng said as he tapped a spot in the southwestern corner. Immediately, the scroll displayed the Witch's Hill map. The Witch's Hill was a level 50 to level 70 map. Rumors had it that a great witch lived there, hence, the hill had been called the Witch's Hill. The hill's name had remained unchanged even after hundreds of years and the Starmoon Kingdom's ownership. The Witch's Hill could be considered an ordinary leveling map. It was not particularly rich in resources. Yet, various guilds in Shifeng's previous life had frantically sought after the Witch's Hill. They had done so for two reasons. The first was the location's accessibility. The Witch's Hill bumped up against two resource-rich maps, Shadow Forest, a level 80 to 100 map, and Ruins of Agon, a level 60 to 75 map. Of these two locations, one produced rare herbs, while the other housed a Hell Mode regional dungeon. The Witch's Hill's secret was the second reason. This secret of the Witch's Hill had only been discovered after the mainstream players had reached level 100. At that time, the various guilds had suddenly rushed to construct their cities in this map. Dozens of guilds had fought over the Witch's Hill. Naturally, that included Shadow, the guild Shifeng had led. In the end, the powerful Star Alliance and Ouroboros had captured the Witch's Hill. The other guilds had stood no chance against them. Rumors had it that the Witch's Hill was home to a great witch, and they had been around for hundreds of years. In fact, this rumor was absolutely true, as even now, that witch still lived in the Witch's Hill. That witch was also one of God's domain's legendary characters, the Jealous Witch. In the past, Shifeng's sight had been limited. He had thought that the Jealous Witch was only a Tier 5 powerhouse. Now that he thought about it carefully, he was sure that the Jealous Witch was not a Tier 5 powerhouse, but a demigod. Otherwise, how could she have lived for so long? The Jealous Witch none other than the guardian of the Otherworld Gate. The Otherworld Gate led to another continent outside of God's domain. The Otherworld was similar to the top of the world that Shifeng recently visited. There, not only could players level up much faster, but they could also obtain equipment far more easily. There was only one condition to cross the Otherworld Gate. Players must have reached Tier 2. In God's domain, it was very difficult for players to find equipment of good quality above level 50. However, it was much easier to grind for such equipment in the Otherworld. Hence, back when the Otherworld Gate had been discovered, the various large guilds had fought frantically to occupy the Witch's Hill. After all, in order to obtain good equipment, countless players would grind and level up in the Otherworld. Hence, Witch's Hill bustled with player activity. Even after a decade had passed, a storm of players still gathered in the Witch's Hill. Currently, however, no one had discovered this secret yet. Hence, Shifeng had to strike while the iron was hot. Furthermore, Zero Wings members were nearing level 50. The Witch's Hill's proximity to a Hell Mode regional dungeon was also a good enough reason to establish a city there. "Hello, sir. We have calculated the quote for the region you've selected." At this time, a beautiful female NPC walked over and handed Shifeng a list. "Based on our preliminary assessment, the city's construction will cost 90,000 gold. If the city comes under attack, we will charge you an additional fee based on the number and rank of monsters killed. In addition, there is also a 30,000 gold registration fee. Based on the city's current level, you will also have to pay a 30,000 gold management fee each month. May I know how many guards you wish to be stationed there?" Although Shifeng had prepared himself and had only come here to ask about the price, His heart skipped a beat when he heard the cost. The price of establishing a city was more than 10 times higher than establishing a town. Moreover, after establishing the city, he also had to pay a monthly management fee of 30,000 gold. That was the equivalent of paying 1,000 gold every day. Just how many guilds in God's domain could earn 1,000 gold every day? Even if Shifeng had not spent most of his funds on frost grenades and the mana pulse cannon, he couldn't afford even a fraction of that price. "Sir, do you wish to build the city now?" the NPC receptionist asked with a smile. "No, I have to consider this." Shifeng rolled his eyes at this NPC receptionist. The initial payment alone was 120,000 gold. There were also additional fees if the city were attacked during construction. Shifeng had experience in constructing a city. Even if he dispatched the entire guild to repel the monster attacks, defending the city would cost tens of thousands of gold. All right. However, I must remind you that you only have 1 month to use this city building order. If it isn't used within a month, this city building order will be voided, the NPC receptionist said before leaving the reception room. Chapter 759, Harvest of the War. Shifeng could not help his bitter smile as he heard the NPC receptionist's words. Sure enough, it isn't that easy to establish a city. Shifeng had thought it strange that Charlene had so kind-heartedly given him a city-building order in exchange for only 10,000 immortal souls. This reward was much too extravagant for an epic quest. Sure enough, there is another test to this. God's domain was currently still in its early stages. Even a first-rate guild would have to spend a relatively long time just to collect several thousand gold. After all, for a guild to develop, expand, and improve itself, it would have to spend an exorbitant amount of money. Normally, having even 1,000 gold lying around was considered a luxury for a first-rate guild. Only Zero Wing, which had the Candlelight Trading Firm, Stone Forest Town, and a large number of guild quests, had a daily income of several thousand gold. However, after expanding the guild, they had a wider variety of expenditures. After deducting operating costs and salaries, Zero Wing raked in a clean profit of roughly 1,000 gold each day. After a month, the guild would make around 30,000 gold. The other guilds could only dream of such wealth. However, Shifeng understood that, in reality, he was still just a poor bastard. This was only a fraction of what he needed to establish his city. The basic construction fee alone cost 120,000 gold. After including the cost of dealing with monster attacks, it was practically impossible for him to earn what he needed to construct the city. He also had to think of the necessary building construction that he would need after the city itself was complete. Shifeng thought back to when Shadow had constructed a mana tower in its first city. The mana tower's required raw materials had cost close to 10,000 gold. The guild had also hired a bunch of NPCs to deal with the construction. Overall, the mana tower had cost Shadow 35,000 gold. The black market, on the other hand, had been somewhat cheaper. Even so, its construction still cost over 20,000 gold. If one added all the costs together, they would discover that the initial construction fee was only the first step to constructing a city. Even so, a large guild would willingly sacrifice everything it had, seeking sponsors and selling small portions of the guild's shares to build a functioning city. Once the city was built, however, it would be a money magnet. In the past, to construct its first city, Shadow had sought out over a dozen sponsors. It was also then that Shadow split its shares between many financial groups and corporations. If Zero Wing did not wish to rely on external powers to construct a guild city, then it needed to earn a lot more money. When Shifeng thought about the need to multiply his current income by several times, he felt his head throb. When Shadow had constructed its first city, there were far more people playing God's domain, and it had been much easier to earn money. Currently, the majority of the players in God's domain had yet to reach level 30. Hence, the challenge of earning more than 100,000 gold was significantly more difficult than it had been. Moreover, the Candlelight Trading Firm's daily income was nearly at its max. It would be very difficult to increase it. As for Stone Forest Town, the town's income mainly came in the form of magic crystals. Moreover, it was also impossible to increase the town's income within a short time. As for the income from guild quests, It could not even begin to compete with the income of the candlelight trading firm and stone forest town. It seems I'll have to look for a new source. Shifeng began to consider the matter. Currently, the most profitable trade involved selling top-tier weapons and equipment. Consumables were the next most profitable items. Zero Wing did not even have enough top-tier weapons and equipment to equip all of its members, so how could it possibly afford to part with those items? Just as Shifeng's headache over searching for a new source of income grew, Aqua Rose contacted him. Guild leader, I have the post-war report ready for you. We struck gold this time. Aqua Rose said excitedly. After deducting the compensation and rewards for our guild members, we obtained 18,456 pieces of level 25 mysterious iron equipment, 3,187 pieces of level 25 secret silver equipment, 549 pieces of level 25 fine gold equipment, 84 pieces of level 25 dark gold equipment, 1,427 pieces of level 30 mysterious iron equipment, 241 pieces of level 30 secret silver equipment, 53 pieces of level 30 fine gold equipment, and 4 pieces of level 30 dark gold equipment. There were always spoils after a great war. However, Shifeng had never imagined that they would enjoy such a bountiful harvest. This was all net income. With this equipment enriching the guild warehouse, they could increase Zero Wing's strength by a large margin. If they had purchased all of this equipment, they would have had to spend over 50,000 gold. With this equipment and the equipment we already had in the guild warehouse, we will have no problems expanding the guild by another 30,000 to 50,000 members. Previously, Aqua Rose had still struggled with her headache over the issue of equipment after expanding the guild. Zero Wing had already become a large guild, acknowledged by every player in Starmoon Kingdom. Its fame had even surpassed the Star Alliance and Ouroboros. As a result, more players reached out in an attempt to join the guild each day. Hence, this was the perfect time to expand. However, they would suffer if they did not have enough equipment in the guild warehouse for the new recruits. Initially, Aqua Rose had considered limiting the number of new members they recruited to 10,000. Now that they had obtained so much new equipment, however, they could recruit an additional 30,000 to 40,000 players. However, most of the equipment's durability has nearly been depleted. The repair fees will cost us a lot. I was thinking of taking out a portion of the guild funds to repair the equipment, Aqua Rose suggested. If it were only a small amount of money, Aqua Rose could make the decision herself. However, too much equipment needed repairs. Hence, she needed Shifeng's permission before she moved forward. Hearing this, Shifeng felt another headache bloom. There isn't a lot left. Sell some of the lower quality equipment and use the money to repair the rest, Shifeng said after some thought. I understand. Aqua Rose then disconnected the call. After speaking with Aqua Rose, Shifeng suddenly recalled the forging design inside his bag. The strengthening device. This item was capable of strengthening a player's equipment, reducing the consumption of durability. This was a must-have for current players. During lower levels, the majority of players in God's domain would not think much of their equipment's wear and tear. However, as players reached higher levels, they encountered far more powerful monsters. Naturally, the burden on their equipment grew as they began to take more damage. The repair fees alone would demand the majority of a player's earnings. Selling the strengthening devices would be a great source of income. Shifeng could not help but smile. Previously, he had considered selling the magic devices. However, magic devices were too precious and expensive. Only the various guilds' upper echelons could afford to purchase and use them. Moreover, there weren't even enough magic devices to outfit Zero Wing's members. Fortunately, it was a different story for the strengthening devices. Shifeng immediately left the city hall and hurried towards the candlelight trading firm. Huh, isn't this the broken sword that Galaxy Past had dropped when he died? While Shifeng searched through his bag for the strengthening device forging design, he discovered an extraordinarily eye-catching broken sword. The broken sword's aura alone was enough to make Shifeng's heart skip a beat, despite it sitting idle in his bag. Chapter 760, Flawed Weapon 1000 Transformations. Inside Shifeng's bag, aside from the Bible of Darkness, the broken sword was the next most powerful item. Even the epic weapon Petrified Thorn could not compete with the broken sword's presence. Just what kind of weapon is this? Shifeng carefully retrieved the broken sword from his bag and clicked to check its statistics. Dilapidated broken sword. It's impossible to tell which era this ancient weapon originated from based on its appearance. However, the broken sword's blade radiates a frightening magic power, and its edge is still sharp enough to slice through space itself. Although the blade has already been broken, its engraved, divine runes are still intact. More secrets might be revealed under a Grandmaster Forger's examination. What a powerful weapon. I actually need to take it to a Grandmaster Forger if I want to know anything more. Shifeng's interest in the broken sword grew. A Master Forger was already a towering figure in God's domain. There were very few throughout Starmoon Kingdom. As for a Grandmaster Forger, they were treated with fear and respect, regardless of where they were from. There had been a countless Tier 4 and Tier 5 powerhouses who dreamed of hiring a Grandmaster Forger to craft them a custom weapon. In God's domain, who wouldn't want a weapon that had been made specifically for them? Although Master Forgers could produce epic weapons, their success rate was abysmally low. Even so, many powerhouses flocked to them. After all, a tailored epic weapon would allow them to exert more of their own strength. Hence, Master Forgers enjoyed a lofty position in society. Meanwhile, a Grandmaster Forger had a much greater chance of producing an epic item. They even had some chance of producing a legendary item. In terms of status, Master Forgers could not compete with them at all. I want to see just what this broken sword's true identity is. Saying so, Shifeng activated Omniscient Eyes to appraise the broken sword. After a full 30 seconds, Omniscient Eyes finally finished appraising the broken sword. 1,000 transformations. 65th of God's domain's 108 flawed weapons. However, due to the sword's broken blade, it is now no more than scrap metal. Fortunately, the blade's divine runes remain nearly intact. The sword can be remolded and repaired using 100 mana stones. So, this is the rumored flawed weapon 1,000 transformations. In the past, Shifeng had only heard about this short sword. Throughout God's domain, there were a total of 36 famed swords and 108 flawed weapons. Famed smiths and craftsman forgers had crafted everyone, and they were all peerless weapons. Legendary figures had once used the 36 famed swords. The flawed weapons, on the other hand, were different. Although the legendary figures of the past had never wielded any of these weapons, they were something far beyond ordinary epic weapons. After all, the flawed weapons were the results of famed smiths and craftsman forgers' failed attempts to forge legendary weapons. A weapon produced with the same materials as a legendary weapon was naturally not something ordinary epic weapons could compare to. Meanwhile, the 1,000 transformations had been made vastly famous by a player in Shifeng's previous life. In the past, a Tier 6 assassin god had wielded the 1,000 transformations and had claimed countless expert lives with the blade. Among those experts, even the era's apex experts had died to the blade. This was precisely the reason that Assassin had become one of God's domain's solo players that others feared and respected. Meanwhile, that assassin's name had been Feather. Although his ID was ordinary, nobody dared to show him disrespect. In the past, a few people with too much time on their hands had compiled a list of God's domain's solo players that one should avoid provoking. Among them, the top 10 were known as the 10 great solo players. One of these 10 great solo players had been the cleric god Violet Cloud. However, Violet Cloud had merely ranked 8th on the list, whereas the assassin god Feather had ranked 3rd. Shifeng had never imagined that he would obtain Feather's weapon. Although 100 mana stones is a steep price, owning a flawed weapon will be a worthwhile trade. Shifeng inwardly smiled. For most, obtaining 1 mana stone was an extremely difficult endeavor. To Shifeng, however, there was no challenge to it at all. He only needed enough magic crystals to synthesize. Immediately, Shifeng contacted Melancholic Smile and Fire Dance. He had Melancholic Smile retrieve 10,000 magic crystals and instructed Fire Dance wait for him at the Candlelight Trading Firm. An hour later, Shifeng arrived. Both Fire Dance and Melancholic Smile had waited patiently in his special forging room. Guild leader, those are the 10,000 magic crystals you've asked for, Melancholic Smile said as she pointed towards the magic crystals carefully stacked on the table. If other guilds realized that Zero Wing could easily take out 10,000 magic crystals, They might bang their heads against a wall in frustration. Shifeng nodded. 10,000 magic crystals should be just enough to synthesize 100 mana stones. If converted to coins, 100 mana stones was worth far more than an epic weapon. However, anyone would be willing to trade 100 mana stones for a flawed weapon. Guild leader, why have you called me here? Fire Dance asked softly. Although she was thrilled that Shifeng had called for her, she was not a forger. She was only apt at fighting. She could not help the candlelight trading firm. What do you think about this weapon? Shifeng retrieved the petrified thorn from his bag and handed it to Fire Dance. After receiving the weapon, Fire Dance checked its statistics and was stunned. An epic weapon. Fire Dance could not believe her eyes. The true fire blades were top tier, even among dark gold weapons. Compared to the petrified thorn, however, they were no different than trash. Yes, this weapon is for you. I hope you use it well, Shifeng said. He could not help but smile as he watched Fire Dance's excitement. However, this is only one of the 2 I've prepared for you. You'll have to wait a while for the second. Another one? Fire Dance was nearly dying with excitement after receiving an epic weapon. Yet now, Shifeng was actually going to give her a second one. Fire Dance had even wondered if she had misheard him. It wasn't just Fire Dance, but Melancholic Smile, who stood beside her, was similarly shocked. Until now, although she had heard about the various large guilds accumulating quite a stock of top-tier dark gold weapons, she had yet to hear anything regarding the rumored epic weapons. One could just imagine how rare epic weapons were. Yet Shifeng could hand out 2 such weapons so casually. Moreover, both were meant for assassins. It was simply inconceivable. Melancholic, take this design and learn it. Use as many materials in the warehouse as you need. If there are not enough, have Aqua Rose try to obtain more. Produce as many as you can. Shifeng then handed the strengthening device forging design to Melancholic Smile. Although forging the strengthening device was particularly difficult, Melancholic Smile was an intermediate forger. With a little practice, she should have a relatively high success rate. Shifeng did not have the time to forge the items himself, of course. Melancholic Smile's eyes shone after she examined the design. Nothing interested a forger more than forging designs. It was especially true for advanced forging designs. Compared to epic weapons, the strengthening device forging design was far more attractive to Melancholic Smile. Moreover, the strengthening device's effect was astounding. It would significantly reduce equipment's durability consumption. Unlike the advanced whetstones, the demand for this item on the market would be immense. Advanced whetstones had already saturated the market, and many guilds could produce their own. On the other hand, the strengthening device would be unique to the candlelight trading firm. It would become a hot-selling item, no matter where they sold it. After Shifeng finished directing the women, Melancholic Smile rushed back to her own special forging room to research the strengthening device production method, leaving Fire Dance and Shifeng behind. Chapter 761, Visit from Various Parties. In the spacious special forging room, Shifeng carefully took out the Philosopher's Stone and placed it on the stone table. He then began his alchemical synthesis. Hopefully, 10,000 magic crystals will be enough. Shifeng still felt a slight sting. He saw the synthesis success rate of 50%. During the war in the Stoneclaw Mountains, the Mana Pulse cannon had needed to consume 1,000 magic crystals for each shot. Aqua Rose had fired the cannon over 30 times. Although it had been magnificently effective, over half of Zero Wing's magic crystal supply had been depleted during the war. Now, the guild had barely 15,000 magic crystals remaining, and he was about to use another 10,000. Even to Zero Wing, this expenditure was considerable. While Shifeng synthesized mana stones, Fire Dance sat out of his way and watched quietly. When will I truly become an asset to guild leader? When Fire Dance recalled the danger she had faced during this war, frustration filled her heart. If not for Shifeng, the Flower of Seven Sins would have wiped out Zero Wing's main force. Despite having an advantage in attributes, she had been utterly helpless against that Seven Sins party leader. Although their guild had won, they were still far from being a match for God's domain's major powers. Stone Forest Town. After the war between the Star Alliance and Zero Wing, Stone Forest Town's atmosphere had transformed. Originally, the various large guilds had quietly eyed Stone Forest Town and waited for Zero Wing to suffer defeat. Once Zero Wing lost its prestige, the guild would lose members. After that exodus, they simply needed to gang up on Zero Wing to obtain Stone Forest Town. However, their plans had vanished into thin air when the Star Alliance had been defeated. Moreover, they had finally seen Zero Wing's true strength. The Star Alliance had suffered over 50,000 casualties. The various guilds shared a similar death count. In total, the Star Alliance and the various large guilds had lost over 100,000 elite players. In contrast, Zero Wing had only lost 4,128 members, while Ouroboros had only lost close to 30,000 members. Based on the death counts of either side, Zero Wing's power was apparent. Despite only dispatching an army of 10,000 elite players, Zero Wing had defeated an enemy several times its size. Meanwhile, Zero Wing had over 20,000 elite members in its midst. With such strength, what guild in Starmoon Kingdom would dare to challenge Zero Wing? The Star Alliance's fate served as the best example. After the Star Alliance had been defeated, several thousand members had withdrawn from the guild within an hour. Moreover, due to the disappearance of the upper echelons, despite the guild elders' attempts to stabilize the situation, over 30,000 players had left the Star Alliance. As time passed, this number would only increase. Making a rough estimate, the various large guilds guessed that the Star Alliance had lost at least 20 to 30% of its members from just this single war. It would be extremely difficult for the guild to recover from such a huge loss. Although Zero Wing and Ouroboros had both lost close to half their members in this war, they had recruited far more than those they had lost. Moreover, due to their overwhelming victory, both guilds managed to collect plenty of weapons and equipment, filling their guild warehouses. Not only had the guild's prestige grown after this war, but they had also increased their overall strengths. Many of the other guilds grew envious of this situation. As a result of this war, Ouroboros had also replaced the Star Alliance as Starmoon City's overlord, becoming the city's #1 guild. One was the #1 guild of Starmoon City, while the other was the #1 guild of White River City. With these guilds working together, who would dare attack Stone Forest Town? On the contrary, now that Zero Wing had already taken care of its main enemy, it shifted its concentration towards the other guilds that plotted against it. For a time, the various large guilds that had joined hands with the Star Alliance felt an impending doom. None of them knew what Zero Wing would do next. Even if Zero Wing joined hands with Ouroboros and laid claim over the Stoneclaw Mountains, none of the other guilds could do anything about it. The Stoneclaw Mountains had become an important source of magic crystals for the various guilds. If they were banished from Stone Forest Town, their harvest would be limited. They would stagnate. Hence, immediately after the war, various guild leaders and upper echelons hurried to Zero Wing's guild residence in hopes of negotiating with Shifeng. However, Shifeng did not have that much time to waste on these people. Hence, he had passed the responsibility to Aqua Rose. Currently, the guild leaders and upper echelons from the various Starmoon Kingdom guilds occupied Zero Wing's residential reception hall. Normally, these individuals were extremely secretive about their intentions, and arranging a meeting was rare. Yet now, all these powerful individuals sat obediently, waiting for their turn. Next, Xiao Zhao, Aqua Rose's female assistant, shouted in the reception hall. Immediately, unparalleled, the guild leader of the second-rate guild Heaven's Gate stood and walked into Zero Wing's meeting room. Unparalleled was a level 34 ranger. He wore level 30 fine gold rank or above equipment. He was an expert who had reached the Trial Tower's 6th floor. In an ordinary NPC city, he would be considered one of the top experts. Unfortunately, in front of Aqua Rose, he was no one special. Heaven's Gate was a second-rate guild that occupied 2 cities within Starmoon Kingdom. Even here, it was a relatively powerful guild. However, when Unparalleled entered the meeting room, he had no choice but to show Aqua Rose proper respect. Heaven's Gate was indeed the overlord of 2 cities. However, those cities' total player population had not yet reached 400,000. On the other hand, White River City's population closed in on 5 million. Moreover, the city housed numerous elite and expert players. Other cities could not compare to White River City. Guild leader Unparalleled, let's not waste each other's time. Here's the contract. If you have no issues with it, please sign here, Aqua Rose said as she took out a contract and handed it to Unparalleled. The contract was quite simple. If Heaven's Gate wished to remain in Stone Forest Town, the guild would have to hand over 15% of its total magic crystal income to Zero Wing. Otherwise, Heaven's Gate would be banished from Stone Forest Town. At the end of the day, Stone Forest Town was just a town, not a city. It could only contain a limited number of players. Initially, not many players had visited Stone Forest Town, so it had not mattered whether or not they collected fees from the various large guilds. However, once mainstream players reached level 30, the town would begin to see an influx of activity. Hence, they could not just allow the other guilds and players to occupy the town's limited space for nothing. They had to collect a small fee, similar to how cities charged entry fees. After all, they had not established a town for charity, but to increase their profits. Of course, it was impossible for a town to collect an entry fee like cities. However, it was possible to adjust the repair fees and accommodation fees in Stone Forest Town. Guilds that did not sign Zero Wing's contract would experience doubled repair fees and tripled accommodation fees during their future visits to the town. For those who signed the contract, however, the rates would remain the same. You bastards! Unparalleled paled. He had never imagined that Zero Wing's demands would be so vicious. This contract was an agreement to join Zero Wing's labor force. If you have nothing else to say, then please leave. Aqua Rose gestured towards the door. You're tuning in to the Blee Maze Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.